Chapter 186. Chen Long definitely had monstrous combat power, and he was even stronger than Chen Zi. Chen Feng and the others naturally didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, they wanted to restrain Chen Long while signaling for help. However, before the signal could be sent out, Zi Chen attacked. With a simple punch, he killed the cultivator who sent the signal. At the same time, even the martial ancestor's signal was shattered into pieces with a single punch. Chen Feng's expression changed, and there was fear in his eyes. He didn't see how Chen Long rushed into the crowd at all. His speed was extremely fast. Bang! His hair flew in anger, and his killing intent soared to the sky. His body emitted golden light, and he waved two golden fists, smashing toward a late-stage cultivator next to him. Boom! Under the punch, the protective light shield shattered, and the cultivator's chest caved in. His body flew back dozens of meters, and he fell to the ground, dead. Chen Long, you really have the guts of a leopard. You really want to go against the martial sect? You want to go against Yunxia City? Chen Feng shouted angrily. However, he had a bad feeling and retreated. Boom! There was a loud bang, like the sound of a drum, and the world trembled. Another cultivator died under Zi Chen's fist. Chen Feng's threat didn't work at all. When he was in the true Qi realm, he had already provoked 3 forces, and it was already a situation where he would fight to the death. At this moment, for Su Mengyao, it didn't matter if he offended 2 more forces. Boom! Golden light covered the 2 cultivators. When the golden light dissipated, the 2 cultivators had already died, and they fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, Zi Chen was powerful and terrifying. Chen Long, don't come over. I didn't attack Su Mengyao. Seeing Zi Chen's cold eyes looking at him after killing several people in the blink of an eye, Wu Sheng's teeth began to chatter, and he even stuttered. This was Wu Sheng. Back then, he had competed with Zi Chen for the position of first place. At that time, the 2 of them had been evenly matched. In the end, Zi Chen had won. However, the second elder had said that Wu Sheng was younger and more talented, so the core position had been given to him. A few years had passed. Although Wu Sheng had become an innate ranker and had grown a lot, Zi Chen had grown to the point where he could instantly kill an innate ranker. The bloody wound on my body was left behind by him, said Su Mengyao. Alright, I'll slash 10 of them. Zi Chen's voice was indifferent and full of confidence. He turned his fist into a palm and formed a sword with his 2 fingers. Innate qi gushed out from his fingers, forming into a meter-long sword qi. No, I didn't. Wu Sheng cried out miserably. He was extremely frightened, and his face was already pale. Swoosh! In Zi Chen's hand, the dazzling sword qi slashed down on Wu Sheng's right hand. Wu Sheng's right hand was severed, and blood spurted out. It should be this hand. Then let's start from here. Zi Chen's voice was cold, like a demon from hell. With his right hand chopped off, Wu Sheng let out a shrill cry. Pu. The sword light rose again and landed on the right arm. In an instant, blood splattered as the entire right arm was chopped off. The second one. Zi Chen's voice was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. Even the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, as if it was the 12th lunar month. Run. Some people couldn't stand such an atmosphere. They screamed in horror and turned around to run. At this moment, Zi Chen was like a demon that came to the human world, killing people like cutting grass. Pu. A golden blade instantly slashed out. Blood splashed out, and a headless corpse rolled on the ground after running for a dozen steps. This was a terrifying scene. A headless corpse was actually running. It made everyone's heart shiver once again, almost reaching the extreme. Pu. Wu Sheng's left hand was chopped off again. The golden light rose again, and then his left arm disappeared. Zi Chen's eyes were emotionless, and his attacks were ruthless. This was Zi Chen. He had a kind heart, but he also had another ruthless side. When it was time to attack, he would never be soft-hearted. The 5th one. The sword light slashed again. The golden light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. One of Wu Sheng's legs was chopped off. His body was unstable, and he directly fell down. Blood dyed the ground red, and the broken limbs fell in the distance. It was a shocking scene. No. Wu Sheng was in despair. Heaven and earth didn't help. At this moment, even a quick death was a luxury for him. The sixth one. The golden light flashed again. Wu Sheng's other leg was gone. At this moment, all 4 of his limbs were chopped off. Blood flowed out, and he couldn't even let out a scream. The 7th one. The golden light flashed one last time, and fell on Wu Sheng's neck. His whole head rolled into the distance. After 7 consecutive slashes, Wu Sheng's vitality dissipated. Leave behind 3 for your next life. As Zi Chen's words fell, endless coldness rose in everyone's heart. It was just a wound on Su Mengyao's body, and he actually had to pay with his life. It wasn't over in this life, but in the next life. Whether there was a next life or not, no one knew. However, there were always cultivators who believed in it. Zi Chen's words might not come true, and could really cut off Wu Sheng's next life, but the deterrent was shocking. It represented Zi Chen's endless killing intent, and represented Zi Chen's firm killing intent. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. This is a devil, a murderous devil from hell. Everyone was frightened, and almost couldn't speak. Their hearts were cold. At this moment, they thought of Su Mengyao's words, "You will have your retribution." Sure enough, retribution had come. Moreover, it came so fast that they didn't have time to react. Puff. A disciple who went behind Zi Chen wanted to escape from Zi Chen, but he was cut down by a sword light. In the distance, Miao Kong's expression was indifferent. There was even a hint of excitement on his face. He didn't think that Zi Chen was cruel. On the contrary, he felt that it was good to kill these people. These people deserved to die. When they killed people, they were extremely ruthless and merciless. They didn't care about the life or death of others. Everything today was karma. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. They deserved to die. Chen Long, you're crazy. It's just a woman. If you want, when we return to Tsangli City, I'll give you 100, 1,000. Chen Feng was terrified. His mouth was trembling as he spoke. You're the crazy ones. You actually dared to attack her. You were already crazy from the moment you attacked. Zi Chen's voice was cold. It was like 10,000-year-old ice rubbing against each other, emitting an even more intense chill. Puff. Another person was cut down. He didn't even have time to cry out. The golden sword Qi was extremely sharp, almost comparable to a divine weapon. Under one strike, whether it was protective Jin Qi or weapons, they were all shattered. Zi Chen was powerful and terrifying. Even geniuses like Chen Feng and Ling Yun didn't have the heart to fight at this moment. Puff. The sword light flashed. It was dazzling, and golden light overflowed. Another person was cut down. At this moment, only Luo Men, Chen Feng, Ling Yun, and Chen Feng's cousin who was trembling. He was the one who called Zi Chen a glass. Chen Long, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I swear, I didn't attack. I never attacked. Luo Men met Zi Chen's gaze. He was so frightened that he actually knelt on the ground without any dignity. Then, Luo Men looked at Su Mengyao for help. Junior sister Su, you have to help me. I didn't attack from the beginning to the end. We're actually in the same group. We're brothers and sisters from the same sect. Yes, you didn't attack. Su Mengyao nodded. Luo Men heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her gratefully. But Su Mengyao changed the topic and said, "You sealed my power." No, no. Luo Men shouted in horror. Swoosh. The dazzling sword light bloomed in front of his eyes like a brilliant flower, reflected in Luo Men's eyes. Puff. Luo Men fell to the ground. His vitality was gone, but the fear in his eyes never dissipated. There was one less person in the field. Chen Long, don't come over. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Chen Feng's cousin suddenly stood up. His eyes were red, and he was in a frenzy. He held a sharp blade in his hand and placed it on Su Mengyao's neck to threaten Zi Chen. Zi Chen turned his head and looked at him with cold eyes. He said calmly, "If you kill her, the Chen family will no longer exist in Tsangli City." His words were calm, but the words behind them made people's hearts tremble. You dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll kill her with a shake of my hand. Do you want a living person or a dead person? Chen Feng's cousin's hand was trembling. It seemed that the blade would pierce Su Mengyao's jade-like skin in the next moment. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow, admit your mistake, and then kill yourself. Only then will I let her go. His voice was trembling. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or madness. Anyway, his eyes became redder. Zichen looked at him calmly. This made him feel even more pressured. I'll kill you quickly, or else my hand will shake. The long sword was shaking. Zichen raised his hand. Yes, slap his face. Slap him hard until he dies. The young man nodded. He was very satisfied with Zichen's actions. Zichen naturally didn't slap his face. Instead, he started to form hand seals. The seals were very simple, but they represented a kind of Tao. There was no energy flowing out of the seals. It was as if Zichen was messing around with his fingers. What are you doing? I told you to slap his face, not to play with his fingers. The young man shouted. The long sword shook even more violently. Swoosh. As the seals were formed, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was extremely fast and rushed towards Chen Feng's cousin. Puff. The golden light streaked across the sky. It was even faster than the Qingfeng chop. Before the young man could react, the golden light had already disappeared. What's going on? Chen Feng's cousin didn't notice anything unusual. He only felt that the golden light had disappeared in front of him. Cousin, you. Just then, Chen Feng exclaimed. Then, a clanging sound was heard. This was the sound of a weapon falling to the ground. The young man lowered his head and looked at the ground. He saw a sword that was very familiar. It was very similar to his own sword. He then looked at the sword hilt and saw an arm holding the sword. This is my arm. Before the other party could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. When he turned his head to take a look, he nearly fainted on the spot. The arm that he used to hold the sword with was gone. Swoosh. Just then, another golden light streaked across the sky. It was extremely fast and chopped off the young man's other arm. Su Mengyaro was freed. No. The young man roared. His voice was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, both of his arms were chopped off. Fast, too fast. Swoosh. Just then, Zichen walked up and waved his hand, slapping the young man's face. Slap. The sound was extremely crisp. Didn't you want me to kill myself? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 187. Amidst the forest, the smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Corpses were lying on the ground, dyeing the ground red. It was a tragic scene. Zichen's two extreme young attacks actually succeeded, instantly neutralizing the youth's threatening aura. He took a step forward and waved his hand, aiming for the youth's face. Slap. The sound of the slap was clear and loud, and it contained Zichen's boundless killing intent. Puff. The youth spurted out blood, and half of his face instantly swelled. Especially after hearing Su Mengyaro say that this person used a shrub to cut her face, leaving scars, Zichen was even more furious. He then displayed another secret art to the world. Slap. With a big slap, the youth spurted out blood and a big white tooth. Immediately after, Zichen gave another slap. Two teeth gushed out along with blood. This was a technique that Zichen had long cultivated. Under Miao Kong and Su Mengyao's incredulous eyes, Zichen performed a perfect slap technique. Slap. 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 Miao Kong was dumbfounded to find that even the amount of blood spurted out from the youth's mouth was the same. Technique. Miao Kong exclaimed. He never thought that a simple slap would have such a technique. It could be said to be perfect. Zichen had forcefully developed a violent aesthetic into an art, causing those who admired it to be surprised. Puff. After spitting out the last tooth, all the teeth in the youth's mouth fell out. His face was swollen like a ball. Only a small gap could be seen in his eyes. As for his nose and mouth, they were nowhere to be seen. It was like a person with an inflated ball on his head. Slap yourself in the face, very creative. It's even better than the Mountain King's looking for teeth. Fine, I'll remember this move. Now, I'll send you on your way. Zichen's final slap landed, and the youth was directly sent flying. His vitality dissipated. It was indeed a slap to the face death. The youth was very sullen. He didn't say a word until his death. The invincible face slapping technique was perfectly displayed, shocking everyone. Unfortunately, only 2 people appreciated it. As for Chen Feng and Ling Yun, they had long since fled in fear. Vaguely, 2 faint silhouettes could be seen. Run! It's too late. Zichen sneered. After saying that, he rushed forward after protecting Meng Yao. Damn it, where did this Chen Long come from? He's so much stronger than Chen Zi back then. This is too scary. I have to tell Wu Xiong and get him to do something. Chen Feng was terrified. His eyes were filled with fear. He had fought with Chen Zi before and was almost killed by him. Now that he saw Chen Long again, who was stronger than Chen Zi, he could not summon up any fighting spirit in his heart. He could only run for his life. Freak. This freak. If he doesn't use his trump cards, even Wu Xiong would not be his match. Chen Feng roared inwardly. He wished he could grow a few more legs and run faster. Suddenly, Chen Feng's pupils shrunk as he looked ahead in shock. You! Looking at Zichen in front of him, Chen Feng was so terrified that he could not say a word. Chen Feng, let's settle our grudges today. Zichen stood in front of him and said indifferently. Grudges? Chen Long, what grudges do we have? I'm just following Wu Xiong's orders. I was forced to do this. Chen Feng slowly retreated, his eyes filled with fear. Is that so? Then take a look at who I am. Zichen activated a secret technique, and his bones cracked. In an instant, Chen Long changed into Chen Zi's appearance. You are Chen Zi. You. Chen Feng was so shocked that he could not say a word. Back then, 9 true element boundary experts had tried to kill Chen Zi, but none of them had been able to kill him. Not only that, but one of them had also been killed. The Chen family had become the laughingstock of Tsangli City, and because they had provoked such a monstrous genius, the Chen family had been living in fear all day long. But they never thought that Chen Zi was Chen Long, and he was even stronger than before. We still have a lot of grudges. Back then, you framed me at the Nimbus martial ancestor, and even let the Great Elder sneak attack me. Now that we meet again, I naturally will not let you go. Let's settle all our grudges today. Zichen said indifferently. What? You are Zichen? This time, Chen Feng was almost scared to death. Chen Zi was actually Zichen? How could this be? He was very clear about Zichen's strength. The first time he saw him, he was just a little guy who was not even at true energy realm level 5. He was the one who carried Lin Shuai away and ruined his plan. The second time was during the inner disciple assessment. At that time, Zichen was only at true energy realm level 5 and had not entered the inner sect. After that, every time they met, Zichen was growing. Although Zichen's growth had surprised him, he had never really taken it to heart. He had never thought that the guy he could crush to death with one finger would actually grow into such a monstrous genius. That was a monster. That was a character that could only be nurtured by a superpower. It's good that you know. Let's settle all our grudges today. Now is the time to send you on your way. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a step, heaven and earth trembled. He turned into a golden light and rushed towards Chen Feng. No. Chen Feng screamed in horror. The aura of the great fulfillment realm surged, and the surging energy rushed towards Zichen like a tide. This kind of combat power is not even comparable to those monsters. You don't deserve to be called a genius. Zichen sneered and waved his fist. Golden light overflowed and dyed the sky with a terrifying aura. Boom! Under the punch, Chen Feng's powerful attack was instantly scattered. At the same time, the golden fist fell with terrifying energy and landed on Chen Feng's body. Puff! Chen Feng spat out blood and flew backwards. He was injured in one hit. In front of a monster, Chen Feng's little bit of combat strength was nothing at all. You. Chen Feng was shocked with blood at the corner of his mouth. His strength had increased again, and he was only one step away from the true energy realm. But he was beaten back in one move. I'll send you on your way. The killing intent in Zichen's eyes did not diminish. Boundless golden light surged again, forming a golden blade in the air. It was dazzling and filled with boundless killing intent. Like a flash of lightning, it swept across Chen Feng's body. This is the Green Peak Slash. Chen Feng spat out blood and fell into a pool of blood in disbelief. Chen Feng was dead. The number 1 of the Nimbus martial ancestor in the past only lasted 2 rounds against Zichen today. Let's settle all our grudges today. From now on, my enemy is the martial ancestor. After killing Chen Feng, Zichen's eyes were calm. Next was Ling Yun. He was afraid of this existence before, but now he could face it calmly. Zichen had the heaven and earth extreme speed, so it was not difficult for him to catch up with Ling Yun. In between the 2 mountains, Zichen intercepted Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes were still filled with panic. He was surprised to see Zichen appear. You killed Chen Feng. Ling Yun said. He's already waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. He said he missed you and asked me to send you there. Zichen said calmly. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to let me go? You know that I'm not the mastermind. Although I'm guilty, I don't deserve to die. Tell me if you want vitality stones or treasures. I can pay for it. Ling Yun was very calm at this moment. I want your life. Zichen said calmly. Chen Long, I don't think we have any direct conflict. If you want to kill me, go find Wang Shan or Wu Xiong. You're such a monster, why do you have to find trouble with me? I'm willing to pay for it with vitality stones. Ling Yun said, I have vitality stones, a lot of them. Once I become the sect leader of the Battle Martial Ancestor, the entire Battle Martial Ancestor will be mine. As long as you let me go, the Battle Martial Ancestor will serve you in the future. There's no need. If you don't die, Zhong Shuai will be very uneasy. Moreover, this matter started because of me, so let me solve it. Zichen said indifferently. Zhong Shuai. Ling Yun was stunned. Obviously, he did not remember who it was. Other than Zhong Shuai, there are many people who want you dead. They are all lucky survivors of the spiritual herbal gardens. Some of them had their cultivations destroyed by your people. Zichen said. The spiritual herbal gardens? You did it for these people. Ling Yun's expression changed. That's right. I forgot to tell you. Your accomplices, the elders, the juniors, I killed them all a few months ago. Now, you're the only one left. Who are you? Ling Yun's expression became very ugly. I was the one who broke the deadlock in the spiritual herbal gardens. Ling Fei and Ling Chen also died in my hands. Who do you think I am? Zichen asked back. You're Zichen. Ling Yun's expression finally changed. He was shocked. That's right. I'll send you on your way. Zichen flashed forward, and a series of fierce battle techniques appeared. This was a battle without any suspense. Even though Ling Yun was slightly stronger than Chen Feng, it was only a slight difference. It was a matter of 1 or 2 more moves from Zichen. Very soon, the battle was over. Ling Yun fell into a pool of blood, and his vitality dissipated. Zichen turned and left. He did not look at Ling Yun. Today, he would leave him behind to face an even stronger enemy. The martial ancestor. Zichen would use his life to shake this colossus. He would take revenge for the Nimbus martial ancestor, for the Supreme Elder, and for countless brothers. Zichen. On the way back, Zichen saw Su Mengyao rushing over. The latter was very emotional, and there were still traces of blood on her face. She rushed to Zichen. Mengyao. The two hugged each other for a long time. I finally see you. Sob. Su Mengyao cried tears of joy. I'm sorry to have worried you and caused you to suffer. Zichen was very guilty. The two hugged each other, and a feeling of happiness filled the air. In the distance, Miao Kong did not want to disturb the two. He was watching from afar, and he silently sent his blessings. Zichen had a narrow escape, and so did Su Mengyao. The two of them finally met. Previously, the two of them did not confide in each other, but this time, it was natural for them to be together. Everything was so natural, and everything was a matter of course. Happiness came late, but it did not last long. In an instant, Chen felt a murderous intent, and the danger of death filled his body. Not good, Chu Fei. Chen's expression changed. He knew that the other party was following him, and he had been very vigilant. He did not let his guard down even when he killed Ling Yun and Chen Feng. But at this moment, when Su Mengyaro was in his arms, he was distracted. Chapter 188. Boo-hoo, I finally see you. Su Mengyaro was crying sadly, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered. Chen patted Su Mengyao's back and comforted her softly. In this moment of distraction, Chu Fei, who had been following behind Chen, seized the opportunity. After hesitating all the way, he finally made up his mind at this moment. Regardless of whether Chen had a treasure or not, Chu Fei chose to attack because he was too strong. He was so strong that only a forbidden weapon could suppress him in this space. He was only a middle-stage Xiantian expert, but he was invincible among Xiantian experts. This was too terrifying. The crimson blood spear appeared in his hand, but he did not use his strongest attack. Instead, the moment it appeared, Chu Fei activated it and threw it out. Chen was a monster, and his perception was naturally sharp. If Chu Fei launched an all-out attack, it would take time. By then, Chen would be alerted, and everything would be too late. Therefore, even if he weakened the power of the forbidden artifact, he still had to take Chen by surprise and kill him. Moreover, his attack was very tricky. He did not attack from behind Chen, but from the front of Chen, and launched a swift and violent attack. If such an attack was launched directly, it would first penetrate the girl's body, and then pierce Chen's heart. It was a perfect attack, a perfect plan, and a perfect guess. Chu Fei did not think that Chen would be willing to let this girl take the blow for him. Sure enough, Chen felt the danger and looked up to see Chu Fei. At the same time, he saw the crimson spear flying out at an extremely fast speed. No. Chen felt the crisis of death. He felt his mind go blank. The moment Chu Fei threw out the crimson spear, he made a decisive choice. His right hand let go of Su Mengyaro, and his left hand swung out, throwing the latter away. This was Chen's fastest reaction, but he only had one chance to react when the forbidden weapon was launched. He did not choose to take out the diamond, but chose to save Su Mengyaro. Su Mengyaro was thrown away. The palm-sized crimson spear turned into a red light and rushed towards Chen's heart. Puff! With a soft sound, the blood-red spear pierced through Chen's heart. He stood motionless as if he had been electrocuted. It's not Chen. Su Mengyaro exclaimed. She was shaken off by Chen. In her puzzled eyes, she saw a red light rushing to his heart and then disappearing. Blood instantly gushed out of Chen's chest. No! Miao Kong also exclaimed. Everything had happened too quickly, so fast that it was inconceivable. Miao Kong had never imagined that there would be someone secretly launching a sneak attack on Chen at this moment. You! Chen clutched his chest with one hand. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, but he didn't fall. Instead, he stared ahead in disbelief. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? Chu Fei's laughter sounded from afar. He was extremely arrogant and proud of himself. This was a sure-kill attack. It was also a well-calculated attack. Apart from strength, there was also wisdom in it. You didn't expect me to make a move, did you? Haha, this is how unexpected it is. Chenlong, oh no, so your name is Chen. You are very strong and can be said to be invincible among Xiantian experts. But so what? Under my sneak attack, you will die without a doubt. Chu Fei laughed. Forbidden weapon. Su Mengyaro and Miao Kong, who had a glimmer of hope for Chen, were now in complete despair. A forbidden weapon was an extremely powerful existence. Its power was astonishing. The only downside was that there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Why? What enmity do you have with Chen? Why do you want to kill him with a forbidden weapon? Su Mengyaro supported Chen, not letting him fall. However, She couldn't help but cry. She didn't expect that after going through so much, they would be separated by heaven and earth. Ha, because he took something that he shouldn't have. Chu Fei laughed. His eyes were filled with the pride of a victor. More blood flowed out from between Zichen's fingers. The bright light in his eyes was also dimming. It seemed that he would die in the next moment. As expected of a monster. Your vitality is very strong. Others would die immediately after being hit by a forbidden weapon, but you only lasted for a few seconds. Chu Fei walked towards Zichen step by step. He was very disdainful. But that's all. Now, fall. As Chu Fei's voice faded, Zichen seemed to be under some kind of spell. The light in his eyes dimmed completely. His vitality disappeared, and he fell straight to the ground. Ha, Zichen, monster, you also have a day like this. Chu Fei laughed wildly. I'll fight it out with you. Su Mengyaro rushed forward. Get lost. I don't want to deal with you now. I'll deal with you later. Chu Fei waved his sleeve. The aura of a complete realm expert surged and swept Su Mengyaro away. At the same time, Miao Kong, who was rushing over, was also swept away. It's really troublesome not to use the forbidden weapon with all its strength. I can't even return. Looking at Zichen, who had lost his vitality, Chu Fei frowned slightly. With such an attack, the forbidden weapon's energy was almost depleted. I can also take away that diamond. It's a profit. But where is that token? While thinking, Chu Fei kicked Zichen twice. The latter did not have any reaction at all. His vitality dissipated, and his eyes dimmed. Then, Chu Fei bent down and touched Zichen's chest. The moment his hand touched Zichen's chest, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. They were as dazzling as Xing Chen's. Not good. Chu Fei's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated. Boom. A terrifying aura surged out of Zichen's body. His blood-covered hand exploded with a blinding golden light, bringing with it a powerful energy as it struck towards Chu Fei. Bang! Chu Fei's chest was hit squarely by Zichen's attack. Under the impact of the boundless energy, Chu Fei's body was sent flying, and he vomited blood. Chu Fei stood up from the ground. He felt a stabbing pain in his chest. His ribs were broken, but this was not the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that his injuries were very serious. What about me? Do you think you can kill me with this little trick of yours? Zichen stood up. Although his face was pale, his words were very powerful. However, his heart was still bleeding. Zichen. In the distance, Su Mengyaro and Miao Kong were dumbfounded. Impossible. You've been hit by my forbidden weapon. You're dead for sure. Chu Fei roared. The impossible has happened. Man proposes, God disposes. Zichen sneered. If this attack had hit his head, he would have died for sure. However, it had hit his heart. Such a sure-kill attack had been blocked by the mysterious bead. Thus, Zichen's calamity had been resolved. At this moment, there was an extremely rich vitality surging in his heart, healing the wound. You've been hit by a forbidden weapon. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. I'll send you on your way now. Chu Fei flipped his hand and a medicinal pill appeared. He swallowed it instantly. Then, his face turned yellow. His seriously injured body seemed to have recovered in an instant. I'll use the medicinal pill to temporarily suppress the injury. Let's see if you'll die or not. A sword appeared in Chu Fei's hand. It shone with cold light as if it was made of thousand-year-old ice. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding temperature crazily dropped. I have the same intention. I won't rest until I'm dead. Zichen's eyes flashed. His feet flickered as he rushed towards Chu Fei. Ha! With a shout, he soared into the sky and used the diamond as a brick, smashing it towards Chu Fei. Die. Freeze the world. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was raining ice. The temperature dropped even lower, as if one was in a world of ice and snow. Endless killing intent surged, and an extremely cold sword light instantly appeared before Zichen. Clang! The diamond fell and hit the ice sword. Powerful energy raged, and a surging aura swept out in all directions. Ice sword! Chu Fei shouted. The coldness in the sword light became more intense. The killing intent was even thicker as it pierced forward again. Green peak slash! Zi Chen was not to be outdone. A seal appeared in his hand. A golden blade emitting a bright golden light rushed towards the sword light. Clang! The collision of the two forces caused a metallic sound. The two fought fiercely. Killing moves were constantly used. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Green peak seal! The sky suddenly darkened. A huge golden seal appeared. It was as big as a mountain, pressing down like a mountain. Chu Fei was not to be outdone. The sword light in his hand flashed. A bright sword chi went against the sky and hit the seal. Boom! The seal collapsed and the sword light dissipated. The two's attacks were evenly matched again. You are so heavily injured. Let's see how you can kill me. The icy aura on Chu Fei's body became even more intense. His entire body seemed to have turned into a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground within a radius of 10 meters. Under the sunlight, it emitted a colorful glow. Zi Chen's body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. It was like a golden sun, forming a sharp contrast with the cold aura. Die! Die! The two rushed forward again and attacked aggressively. Boom! Under the powerful aura, a big tree was shattered by the energy. It turned into sawdust and the ground was shaved off by more than a meter. It was a fierce battle. All kinds of powerful secret arts were used. Clang! Zi Chen waved his fist. It was like a big hammer, emitting a golden light. It suddenly fell and hit the ice sword. Clang! 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 His fist, which had always been successful, could not break the ice sword. It must be an extraordinary item. It was not inferior to the raging flame sword. Green peak slash and green peak seal were used continuously, emitting a terrifying pressure. Zi Chen, you will die today. Chu Fei was full of confidence now. He could not defeat Zi Chen in his peak state. But when Zi Chen was heavily injured, killing him would be a piece of cake. You are too confident. Zi Chen snorted. At this moment, his damaged heart was about to fully recover. Zi Chen's powerful battle strength would soon be displayed. Die! Chu Fei used another killer move. Thousands of cold swords appeared. Each of them carried a dense killing intent and flew towards Zi Chen. Bang! Bang! Zi Chen waved his fist. The cold swords exploded, and some of them landed on his body. Although he was heavily injured, Zi Chen's body was still terrifyingly tough. All right, I will send you on your way now. The wound on his heart was finally healed. Zi Chen formed a seal. This time, it was the most powerful extreme yang. Chapter 189. A beam of golden light tore through the world. This was the first time Zi Chen had used his full yang power, unlike the previous times when he only used the power of seals. His fingertips glowed with golden light, as if spirits were jumping around. Soon, a set of seals fell. Then, Zi Chen felt that the golden true qi in his body was rapidly disappearing like a tide. At the same time, a beam of golden light appeared in front of Zi Chen. This golden light was like the sun, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It also carried an extremely terrifying and indescribable aura of destruction. As the last seal fell, the golden light rushed towards Chu Fei. No! The dazzling golden light illuminated Chu Fei's face, which was distorted due to his shock. His confidence instantly crumbled the moment the golden light appeared, and it turned into fear and shock. All of his offensive means turned into defensive means at this moment. Chu Fei propped up one defense after another for himself. Boom! When the golden light arrived, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. All of the defenses were as fragile as paper in front of the golden light. One defense after another was shattered under the golden light. Poof! When the last defense was broken, the boundless aura of destruction rushed towards Chu Fei. The latter seemed to have turned into a golden man, his whole body filled with golden light. No! He was still screaming in fear, but was completely drowned by the golden light. Miao Kong and Su Mengyaro were dumbfounded. The two of them were evenly matched before, But Zi Chen's attack immediately made the outcome clear. Chu Fei didn't have any strength to fight back at all. The golden light dissipated, and Chu Fei fell to the ground. Why? His eyes became listless, as if he could lose consciousness at any time. Zi Chen's appearance just now was now on his body. Do you want to ask why this trick worked again? Zi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. That's because I've completely comprehended it. This will be my killer move from now on, and you're the first human to die under my killer move. You're not unlucky at all. I'm not willing. On the verge of death, Chu Fei let out a roar of unwillingness. He rarely made mistakes in his calculations, but this time, he miscalculated, and the price was his life. The heart was indeed a natural weakness, but it was not Zi Chen's weakness. Chu Fei had really miscalculated. Chu Fei's life force disappeared, and he died. Bang! But then, Zi Chen's vision went black and he collapsed. No, Zi Chen. Su Mengyaro rushed forward and held Zi Chen this time. She exclaimed in panic, "Don't scare me. Don't get into trouble." Miao Kong stepped forward. First, he felt Zi Chen's breath. Then, he listened to his heartbeat. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "He's fine. He just consumed too much energy." Zi Chen had indeed used up a lot of energy. That last attack had almost drained all of his true qi. A few hours later, Zi Chen slowly woke up. The first thing he felt was a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the palm-sized scarlet blood spear was still stuck there. Moreover, the wound had not healed yet, and blood was still flowing out. Fortunately, Zi Chen had a terrifying constitution and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, just a few hours of blood loss would have been life-threatening. It's really extraordinary. It actually prevented the wound from recovering. Zi Chen licked his lips. He pulled in his lower abdomen, which affected the wound, causing a stabbing pain. Zi Chen, you're finally awake. Su Mengyaro heard the movement and quickly helped Zi Chen up. Miao Kong also walked over. Where is this? Looking around, Zi Chen found that this was not the previous battlefield. He asked doubtfully. The previous battle caused a huge commotion. You were also unconscious. I was afraid that Wu Xiong and the others would chase after you, so I took you away from the battlefield, Miao Kong explained. Then where's Chu Fei's corpse? Zi Chen nervously asked. Because it affected the wound, he grimaced again. You're talking about that spatial spirit artifact, right? It's here. Miao Kong waved a white ring in his hand and smiled. Then what about that sword? That's also a good thing. It's right beside you. Su Mengyaro also smiled. Zi Chen still had the leisure to care about those external things. Presumably, there would not be any major problems. Ah, very good, very good. Zi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about that thing for a long time. Now, he had finally gotten it. In addition to that, there was also a forbidden artifact. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. You're already injured to this extent. That's not bad. Su Mengyaro rebuked. I've profited this time. Even if he didn't kill me, I would have killed him. This was a necessary battle. In any case, I won. First, treat the wounds on your face. Look at these scars. They're very shocking. Don't disfigure them, Zi Chen said with concern. What? You don't want me anymore if I'm disfigured? Su Mengyaro glared at Zi Chen. How is that possible? Even if you become ugly, I still want you. You're the ugly one. Su Mengyaro was extremely bashful. In the end, Su Mengyaro put down Zi Chen and went to treat her wounds. There were not many women who did not care about their appearance, let alone a peerless beauty. After Su Mengyaro left, Zi Chen pointed at the scarlet blood spear in his chest and said to Miao Kong, "Come, Miao Kong. Pull out this little thing. You're crazy. If you pull it out, you'll die." Miao Kong was shocked. "Don't worry, I won't die. This is a forbidden artifact. Everything will depend on it in the future. Don't tell me you want to let it stay here forever and not let it shine. No. You'll die. Don't worry, I'll definitely live. The three powers didn't kill me, let alone a mere forbidden artifact." My wounds are only superficial. It's only because of the forbidden artifact that my wounds haven't healed for a long time. Really? Of course. Under Zichen's persuasion, Miao Kong finally nodded and carefully stepped forward. After meeting Zichen's firm gaze, Miao Kong made his move. Pu. A line of blood shot out, spraying a meter high. The scarlet blood spear was pulled out. As expected of a forbidden artifact, not a single drop of blood was stained on it, and it emitted a brilliant red light. Zichen's wounds had completely scabbed over after an hour. His recovery speed was still frightening. Your physique is truly frightening. Your recovery speed is actually so fast. Whoever fights you and wants to exhaust you to death is really finished. Miao Kong already knew that Zichen's physique was special. Now that he saw it again, he was still amazed. After an hour, Zichen was able to stand up. His injured body had recovered a lot. Come, tell me how to use this spatial treasure. Zichen raised the white ring in his hand, looking as if he was presenting a treasure. This is not a spatial treasure. It's a spatial spirit tool. Many Xiantian masters call it a spatial treasure. It's very rare. Only experts above the spirit origin realm can make it. Moreover, it requires a lot of materials. It's very precious. Miao Kong smiled and explained. I'm afraid only those who don't understand would call it that. Zichen muttered in his heart. You just need to inject a strand of your own Zhen Qi into it. It's very simple. Zichen was very happy. This was a high-grade item, and it was very convenient. Ordinary people couldn't get it at all. Swoosh. The golden Zhen Qi in his body gushed out from his finger like a golden stream, flowing into the white ring. It's really wonderful. Zichen exclaimed. The moment his Zhen Qi came into contact with the ring, a wonderful feeling occurred in his heart. At this moment, Zichen felt his consciousness enter another space. This space was about 2 meters wide. There were many things inside. There was food, clothes, primal stones, and some other things. This is the space of a ring. It's only this big. Zichen felt very novel, but he curled his lips because of this small space. No wonder Chu Fei was reluctant to put the mountain of beast meat into the ring. It turned out that the space was too small. This was an extremely miraculous thing. Zichen was completely relying on his will to take things out of this place. With a thought, a primal stone would appear. With another thought, the primal stone would disappear, reappear, and disappear. Zichen was having a lot of fun. It's not even 2 square meters. It's really small. After playing around, Zichen's consciousness left the spatial spirit tool. He was a bit disappointed. Miao Kong's mouth twitched. It's not small. These things are very precious. Some of them are not even 1 square meter. There were hundreds of primal stones in the ring, as well as some elixirs, pills, and secret manuals. Zichen's harvest this time was great. Clang. Zichen pulled out the longsword. In an instant, a chill filled the air. It was as if he was in a 10,000-year-old glacier. He couldn't help but shiver. The longsword was very sharp. Its material was not inferior to Mount Royal's raging flame. It could cut through iron like mud. Good sword. The longsword hummed, making a crisp sound. Zichen couldn't help but praise. After killing Chu Fei, Zichen's harvest was so great. It was a pity that he didn't have Chu Fei's technique. Otherwise, his harvest would be even greater. However, all of this wasn't the most precious thing. The blood-colored spear was the most valuable thing here. It was far more valuable than the ring. Zichen held the palm-sized blood-colored spear. He could feel that the spear contained a terrifying energy. After using it once, some cracks appeared on the spear. Zichen estimated that this weapon could be used 2 more times. He had to be careful when using it. Li Hua, Kang He, Wu Xiong, these people should have forbidden weapons and spatial weapons. If I can get them all, then. Zichen was a little whimsical. Being able to kill Chu Fei this time was mostly due to luck. If it wasn't for the mysterious heart, Zichen would have died long ago. Zichen found a 1,000-year-old elixir from the ring. It was a water-attributed elixir. Chen took it out and applied it on Su Mengyao's wound. The rich spiritual energy was like water. When it was applied on the wound, the latter's injury quickly recovered. The scratches on her face quickly disappeared, and her skin became pink again. A day later, Su Mengyao's injuries were completely healed, and she regained her peerless appearance. Her jade-like skin emitted a mesmerizing light, and she looked so delicate that it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. At this moment, her face was glowing with radiance, and there was an enchanting smile on her face that could steal one's soul. "How is it?" Su Mengyao, who had changed into a white robe, looked up at Chen, who was staring at her in a daze, and smiled proudly. "Very beautiful." Chen praised sincerely. "It's a pity that Shuer isn't here. Otherwise, she would be very happy to see you." Su Mengyao lowered her head, feeling disappointed. "Where did Shuer go?" "I don't know. We lost contact the moment we came in." Chen's face changed. He asked carefully, "Did something happen?" Chapter 190. Something happened, but it's not a bad thing. "What do you mean? Could it be a good thing?" Chen frowned. "When we came in, I gave both of them the same jade pendant. It was specially prepared by the martial ancestor for the participants of this trial. It can sense the presence of others." Miao Kong walked over and sat on the ground. "When we came in, we gathered people. During this time, we sensed Su Mengyao, but not Lin Shui. However, the latter is definitely not dead, because we can also sense the jade pendant of a dead person. So, I suspect that Lin Shui may have entered a special place that can block the jade pendant's detection." "You mean the ruins?" "It's very possible. This is a famous sect from 10,000 years ago. After its destruction, there were 7 cities and 3 major sects. Moreover, this place is the trial ground for the core disciples of this sect. It's very unusual. It's normal for some ruins to be in the periphery, but entering the ruins is also dangerous." Chen said. "If there's danger, we can't help. She can only rely on herself." Miao Kong spread out his hands, showing a helpless look. "Indeed. If Shuer is really in the ruins, this is also an opportunity. As for whether she can survive or not, she can only rely on herself." Su Mengyao also nodded and murmured, "I hope she can survive." "Then, where are we going now?" Chen asked. "Go deeper. We found a ruin there. It's suspected to be the inheritance of a sect from 10,000 years ago. It's full of danger, but it's also accompanied by great opportunities. Almost all the surviving Xiantian experts and several major forces are there." Miao Kong said. "Previously, we went deeper and reached the outside of the ruins. However, there were many demon beasts guarding there, and there were all kinds of seals. Several major forces hesitated. Their goal is the inheritance, the supreme secret scriptures. However, those rogue cultivators didn't dare to expect anything. They have been breaking the seals and killing the demon beasts. The major forces didn't stop them, but when they reached a certain point, they would stand out and clear the place." "Do these major forces all have forbidden weapons?" Chen frowned and asked. Miao Kong pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but Wuxiong definitely has forbidden weapons. As for the others, I think they won't be inferior." "That won't do." Chen hesitated and said, "We can't go deeper now. Several major forces all have forbidden weapons. We won't get any benefits if we go there now." "Then, what do you mean?" Miao Kong looked at Chen. "I'll stay in the outer area for now. My strength is about to make a breakthrough. I'll enter the inner area when I reach the late Xiantian realm." When Chen had first entered this space, he was already at the middle Xiantian realm. But after several months of absorbing the rich heaven and earthling qi and refining many 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Chen's strength had already reached the peak of the middle Xiantian realm, and he wasn't far from the late Xiantian realm. "Don't worry. It's not that easy. Forbidden weapons are rare in the outside world. But once the real inheritance appears, you'll find that forbidden weapons are as numerous as cabbages." Chen said with a faint smile. In the following time, Chen led Miao Kong and Su Mengyao to sweep through the periphery. Like a swarm of locusts, Chen began a carpet search. Everywhere he went, There was nothing left of the spirit herbs. Chen spent all day refining spiritual herbs. When he cultivated, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth made him feel like he had a stalk of spiritual herb in his mouth. Chen's strength increased very quickly. At the same time, Miao Kong and Su Mengyao strength also increased. This place was simply a cultivation treasure for Xiantian experts. Of course, this didn't include peak Xiantian experts. This space was very strange. Peak Xiantian experts couldn't break through here. Chen guessed that the old man and the big man were very strong. At least, they weren't peak Xiantian experts. But they could only fight with peak Xiantian experts here. Wu Xiong stood on the top of the mountain with several guards beside him. Below the mountain, a chaotic battle was going on. This was the best place to enter the inheritance land. There were a lot of demon beasts guarding here. These rogue cultivators had gone berserk for the sake of treasures. They charged forward, and with their numbers advantage, they had already slain quite a number of perfect paragon demonic beasts. Battle cries rang out constantly. The thick smell of blood had spread to the top of the mountain. The people who went to kill Miao Kong haven't returned yet. Didn't you say that there would be clues soon? Wu Xiong retracted his gaze and asked. It seemed that the battle here would continue for another day or two. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It should be soon. Miao Kong is dead for sure this time. A guard behind him said. At this moment, a figure flew over quickly. Not good. Young master, something bad has happened. The guard used light body technique and flew to the top of the mountain. His face was filled with horror. What happened? Wu Xiong turned his head. Dead. They're all dead. When we arrived, we only saw corpses. The miserable scene appeared in the guard's mind. His eyes were filled with horror. Everything is dead. The people who chased after Miao Kong are all dead. Not a single one is alive. The guard calmed down. However, his eyes were still filled with horror. What's going on? The calm Wu Xiong's expression changed. We followed the corpses of Miao Kong's guards all the way. In the end, we saw that all of Miao Kong's guards were dead. However, we didn't see Miao Kong's figure. As for our people, they were all dead. Their deaths were filled with horror. It was as if they had seen something extremely shocking. Moreover, some of them tried to escape. However, they were killed halfway. The guard said in horror. Is it a man or a beast? Wu Xiong frowned. It's a man. There must be traces of a man. Someone rescued Miao Kong and killed everyone who tried to kill him. Moreover, looking at the traces of the battlefield, there was only one person. What? Only one person killed dozens of people. Among them, there were many complete earthly sovereigns. At this moment, not only Wu Xiong's face changed, but the other complete earthly sovereigns beside him were also shocked. Who has such a powerful combat strength? It's so terrifying. In this space, the strongest strength is a complete earthly sovereign. One person can kill dozens of people. His combat strength is too terrifying. The guards' faces changed. Their eyes were filled with horror. Could it be him? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Wu Xiong's mind. Who? Chen Long, Wu Xiong said. It's him. That existence whose combat strength is comparable to a monstrous genius. That Chen Long can kill a true energy realm monster with just his physical body. If it's really him, then it's possible. He saved Miao Kong's life back then. It's reasonable that he's helping Miao Kong again. After guessing that it might be Chen Long, everyone's mood was not very good. Chen Long's combat strength was too terrifying. Even Wu Xiong was not confident that he could defeat him, let alone them. Go and tell the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion that we've paid a sufficient price. Why haven't they killed Miao Kong yet? Ask them to act quickly. After pondering for a moment, Wu Xiong said indifferently. Yes. The guard nodded and turned to leave. Humph, Chen Long, you dare to go against me? Once you enter the depths, it'll be your death. Wu Xiong's eyes flashed coldly. Chen Long's combat strength was a threat here. Since he couldn't use him, then he had to kill him. Once the forbidden weapon was out, who could fight against him? In his eyes, Chen Long, who walked together with Miao Kong, was already a dead man. At the same time, Wang Shan also heard the news of Chen Feng and Ling Yun being killed. Chen Feng and Ling Yun are dead. They were killed when they were running away. Both of them are at the complete realm. Their combat strength is comparable to geniuses. They're just a little weaker than me. If I don't act, who can kill them? Wang Shan was no longer calm. That person is very vicious. One of them had his limbs chopped off. The other was beaten to a pig's head and slapped to death. The guard said. Hiss. Wang Shan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his teeth chattering. Beaten to a pig's head was a word that Wang Shan was allergic to. Who is this? What a familiar way of killing. It's actually similar to that guy. Wang Shan frowned and looked at the guard, saying, if that's the case, then the beauty is also gone. Yes, there's no living person there other than corpses. Damn it, how dare you snatch my beauty? Suddenly, a light flashed across Wang Shan's mind. He thought of a cold figure. Chen Long, could it be him? He once saved Su Mengyaro and never came to the depths. It's very likely that he's at the periphery. If it's really him, then this is going to be difficult. Wang Shan was also very wary of Chen Long's powerful combat strength. Sir, what should we do now? Wang Shan turned his head and looked at the battlefield below. Although it was already the end, it would still take a few days to successfully break through. Let's go. Follow me to the periphery and find Chen Long's traces. If such a combat strength helps me, my chances of obtaining the inheritance will naturally be higher. Wang Shan was overjoyed. He thought that he had thought of a brilliant plan. He retreated with a group of people and turned to walk towards the periphery. In the periphery, Zi Chen swept away all the spiritual herbs. In this place, the demonic beasts were very powerful. Ordinary complete realm cultivators couldn't deal with them. Most of the cultivators were not interested in this place, so there were many spiritual herbs. Roar! A demonic beast roared at Zi Chen. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the arrival of an outsider. Swoosh! Zi Chen's body shone with golden light. Like a golden lightning, he rushed to the front. He clenched his fist and smashed down with a loud bang. Boom! The demonic beast suffered a heavy blow and was pushed back more than 10 meters. Then, there was the sound of fighting. A moment later, a huge monster fell to the ground and its vitality dissipated. Beside it, there was a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb that bloomed with auspicious colors and emitted rich spiritual qi. I watch it every day, but every time I see Zi Chen fight, I still feel a strong shock. It even gives me the illusion of who the real demonic beast is. Miao Kong shook his head and exclaimed. Compared to the demonic beasts, Zi Chen was more of a beast. Chapter 191. In the pitch-black night, one couldn't even see their own fingers. In this strange space, Xing Chen and the moon couldn't be seen. This proved Wu Xiong's guess. This was an independent space, but it was comparable to a real world. Zi Chen sat cross-legged, circulating his cultivation technique. He was refining the 1,000-year-old elixir that he had obtained during the day. The rich and pure spirit energy turned into a warm current, flowing to his limbs and bones. It constantly changed his physique, and then entered abdomen. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that even the birds and beasts were silent. Miao Kong and Su Mengyaro sat cross-legged, silently cultivating. The spirit energy here was extremely rich. It showed signs of turning into mist. It was like a small white dragon. It could be said that it was a cultivation treasure. Their strength hadn't reached the peak level yet. At this moment, they were rushing to cultivate. At this moment, a pitch-black figure appeared. It was like a ghost. It walked silently and fluttered towards them. The other party was silent. It was careful and cautious. It was like a shadow. It walked silently, and the wind didn't leave any trace. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The pitch-black night didn't block the black figure's vision. The other party's figure was strange. It walked silently, but its target was very clear. It was Miao Kong. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. During this period, the three of them were cultivating. They didn't notice anything unusual. Swoosh. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. When it was within the attack range, an extremely rich killing intent suddenly emerged. A cold light flashed in the pitch-black night. A sharp sword was unsheathed. With a clear sword sound, the man and sword became one. The black figure rushed towards Miao Kong's throat. At this moment, Miao Kong was cultivating. He didn't notice this scene at all. Moreover, the other party's attack was swift and strange. When the sword sound appeared, the man and sword had already become one. They arrived in front of Miao Kong's face. At this moment, Miao Kong was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. It seemed that he had fallen into a deep level of comprehension. He didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't even feel the cold sword point at his face. Swoosh. Miao Kong was about to lose his life under the assassination. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared in the pitch-black night. It was sharp and terrifying. It was like a huge sword blade. It rushed towards the black figure at an extremely fast speed. Puff. As the sword sliced through the air, a light sound rang out. It was filled with boundless killing intent. In a flash, the golden sword disappeared. At the same time, the black shadow's aura also disappeared. In the pitch-black night, Miao Kong had suffered an assassination attempt. Logically speaking, his expression should have changed greatly and he should immediately jump up. However, he still closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, remaining calm and composed. On the other side, Su Mengyaro was the same. Zi Chen didn't move either. He didn't even open his eyes. With his powerful spiritual sense, Zi Chen was able to detect unusual movements in the dark and make preparations in advance. This was only an assassination at night, but it was not the first assassination attempt. The night passed by quickly. The next day, when the sky was bright, the three of them opened their eyes. Cultivating at night and searching for spiritual herbs during the day had almost become a habit. Opening his eyes, Miao Kong saw the three corpses beside him. However, he was already used to such a sight. Instead, he skimmed through their stiff bodies in an extremely proficient manner, and turned to look for some useful things. This was an extremely ordinary day. With Zi Chen around, the two of them could cultivate in peace. As for Zi Chen, he also discovered that ever since he had comprehended extreme yang, his perception had become much sharper. It's time to go. Zi Chen stood up and led the two of them out once more. Zi Chen, it's been longer and longer. How much longer until you break through? Miao Kong asked. Soon. It should be in the next 2 days. I just need some spiritual herbs to make another breakthrough, Zi Chen said. During this time, he had tried to break through to the late Xiantian realm several times. However, most of the energy had been absorbed by his body. When his strength increased, Zi Chen's perfect body had to make a breakthrough first. This required an even more vast amount of energy. Zi Chen had no way to do that. The spell in the depths will be broken soon. We don't have much time, Miao Kong said. I know. Zi Chen nodded. More than 5 kilometers away, Zi Chen discovered another demonic beast. Wait for me. Where there were monsters, there would naturally be spiritual herbs. This had almost become an unwritten rule. Zi Chen gestured for the two of them to wait. His entire body turned into a beam of golden light as he rushed forward. A moment later, the roars of beasts rang out in the forest. Then, a golden figure turned back. Let's go. Zi Chen put away the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and led the two of them to the next place. Retorting like this, they slowly went deeper into the forest. Boom! Another monster beast fell to the ground. Zi Chen had snatched away the spiritual herb it was guarding. However, he did not kill it. In this space, Zi Chen had killed enough. Now, unless he had no other choice, he would not even kill the demonic beasts. Today, I'll break through to the late Xiantian realm. Zi Chen found a place with extremely rich spiritual herbs. There was a 2,500-year-old spiritual herb here that had been snatched away by Zi Chen. The monster beast had also been driven away by Zi Chen. At this moment, this place had become Zi Chen's territory. Okay, the two of us will guard you. In front of Zi Chen, there were 3 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs. One of them was more than 2,500 years old. It was used to break through to the late stage. Now, Zichen had reached the peak of the middle stage. He was only a small step away from the late stage. However, this small step required a huge amount of energy to break through. The energy contained in these 3 spiritual herbs was almost unimaginable. However, Zichen swallowed them in one gulp. He was not afraid of exploding. Buzz. The rich spiritual energy was like a raging dragon that had lost control, constantly attacking Zichen's body. However, at this moment, Zichen's meridians were emitting a golden light. It was like an iron wall, blocking the impact of this energy. Under the operation of the cultivation technique, this pure energy flowed through his meridians and into abdomen. Time passed. Zichen was motionless. His body was surrounded by a golden light, like a golden armored war god. Beside him, Miao Kong and Su Mengyaro were guarding. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A rumbling sound came from Zichen's body. The golden light soared into the sky like a raging wave, carrying a terrifying energy aura. 2 hours passed. The golden light around Zichen's body was even more dazzling. The surging energy was also more powerful. The entire forest was dyed golden. An oppressive aura pervaded the surroundings. Some small forest beasts could not bear this aura and fled in panic. Boom. 6 hours later, Zichen's body erupted with a surging aura. Boundless golden light wreaked havoc in all directions, dazzling and dazzling. At the same time, a terrifying aura belonging to a late Xiantian master filled the forest. Peng. 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 Wherever the golden light passed, it carried with it a terrifying pressure. Some trees that came into contact with the golden light instantly exploded. The ground was also shaved off by the golden light by more than a meter. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged through the entire forest. The perfect body had been cultivated to the late stage of Xiantian. It carried a terrifying aura. Zichen opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with a bright light. He felt that his body was filled with strength. At this moment, Zichen felt that killing a perfection stage monster beast with a single strike wasn't a problem at all. I've finally broken through. Miao Kong had already retreated far away. Just now, Zichen's breakthrough had caused a huge commotion. He and Su Mengyaro had no choice but to retreat. We can enter the depths now. Miao Kong had always been brooding over the inheritance in the depths. All the powerhouses he had brought with him had been killed. If it weren't for Zichen, it would have been impossible for him to kill his way into the depths. All his hopes were placed on Zichen. Not bad. We can go in now. The illusory golden light in Zichen's eyes slowly dissipated. However, a terrifying aura surged. His strength had once again broken through. Zichen could be said to be fully deserving of the title of #1 Xiantian expert. What genius! What major power! As long as they were in the Xiantian realm, he didn't fear them. Even if they were monstrous geniuses of the same level, Zichen would still dare to fight them. After breaking through, the 3 of them began to go deeper. As expected, there were very few cultivators they could see along the way. Even Liu Bo was nowhere to be seen. It was likely that he had gone into the depths to take advantage of the situation. 2 days later, Zichen's group was stopped. There were dozens of people, each of them riding a black scale horse. They were mighty and extraordinary. Standing in front of them, they were like an iron wall without any weaknesses. Ha ha, Chen Long, a hearty laugh rang out. Behind the black scale horse, an even taller one appeared. On the black scale horse, a handsome youth laughed heartily. Wang Shan. Seeing Wang Shan appear, Zichen was very surprised. Along the way, he had encountered many assassins. Presumably, they had all been sent by Wu Xiong. But now, Wang Shan hadn't gone into the depths. Instead, he had come here. This really surprised Zichen. I'm afraid you're the only one in this trial ground who can kill Chen Feng and Ling Yun. Now that I've seen it, it's true. Wang Shan rode forward and glanced at Su Mengyaro. A strange light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Su Mengyaro was even more beautiful. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Her peerless face was flawless, as if it was carved from jade. Wang Shan's heart was moved. Be careful, these riders are not ordinary. They should be Yunxia City's Black Steel Cavalry. They have been cultivating with the black scale horses since childhood. They are good at joint attacks. They are very famous in the 7 cities. Miao Kong whispered in Zi Chen's ear. Black Steel Cavalry. Zi Chen looked ahead. These dozens of riders gave him the feeling of a giant beast lying on the ground. Although they hadn't launched an attack yet, they were always on guard. Once they attacked, it would be a thunderous attack. I have something to say, Zi Chen said indifferently. His strength had broken through again. His blood and qi were like the sea, surging violently. Even if they were Black Steel Cavalry, Zi Chen had the confidence to fight. I want to ask Brother Chen Long, why do you have designs on my woman? Wang Shan was smiling, but his eyes were surging with coldness. This was Wang Shan, the 4th genius of Yunxia City. Although he was self-proclaimed, he was still arrogant. Even in the face of a monster, he dared to sternly question him. Your woman? Wang Shan, is your brain damaged? Zi Chen's voice was cold. This Wang Shan had guts, daring to speak like this. If it was someone else, Zi Chen would be a little afraid. But facing Wang Shan, this guy couldn't even defeat him when he was in the early Xiantian realm. Although he had reached the peak Xiantian realm, Zi Chen was also in the late Xiantian realm. Dealing with him could be said to be a piece of cake. Audacious brat, you talk big. Is my master's name something you can call? Chapter 192. As soon as the rider spoke, a strong killing intent was emitted from dozens of riders. The killing intent filled the air and merged with each other, forming a giant beast that was crouching on the ground, ready to attack at any time. Brat, you better be polite when speaking to my lord, the rider said coldly. Be mindful of your identity, another rider said. Sigh, you need to be polite when speaking to Chen Long. Wang Shan waved his hand and smiled indifferently. The strong killing intent behind him retracted. Is this a deterrent? Zi Chen sneered, not caring at all. Chen Long, Su Mengyaro is my woman. How dare you kidnap her without informing me? Aren't you giving me too much face? Wang Shan said. Face? Lord Wang Shan, do you still have any face? Zi Chen smiled coldly. You. Wang Shan was furious. He didn't expect Chen Long to not give him face. Behind him, the killing intent that had just dissipated reappeared. This time, it was even thicker, as if it was about to materialize. Then what do you want? Zi Chen said again with a playful expression. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. As for Zi Chen, Su Mengyaro was already furious. If Zi Chen hadn't held her back, she would have already exploded. It's just a woman. It's not impossible for Brother Chen Long to have her. However, I have so many subordinates here. Brother Chen Long, you snatched her away without saying a word. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? What explanation? Normally, I would just grab someone like you and beat him until his face is swollen and his teeth are broken. Then, I would like to kneel down and call you my brother-in-law. However, I respect you as a genius and don't want such a genius to fall. Today, I'll give you a chance. Follow me into the depths and help me obtain the inheritance, Wang Shan said, finally revealing his purpose. This fellow is truly shameless. He clearly wants you to work hard for him, yet he spoke so much and took such a huge turn. Based on his intentions, he even wants you to be deeply grateful. Miao Kong curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. Haha, Lord Wang Shan is truly benevolent. Zi Chen laughed. Of course, I, Wang Shan, have always been known for my benevolence, and I'm a famous gentleman in Red Cloud City. Since I've spoken today, then I won't bother about what happened before. This woman is yours, and there is no distinction between master and servant. Once I get the inheritance, I can give you one, said Wang Shan. Brat, be grateful. To be able to meet Lord Wang Shan is a blessing that you have accumulated over several lifetimes. That's right. By following Lord Wang Shan, you've boarded a huge ship. In the future, you'll enjoy endless resources. The two great perfection protectors behind Wang Shan spoke. Chen Long, the war is about to begin. The inheritance may appear at any time. You don't have much time to think. This is a chance for you and me to work together, Wang Shan said. Furthermore, I have a generous gift to thank you after this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must grasp it well. Of course, if you refuse, then today, I will settle the score of why my woman is in your hands. The invisible murderous intent appeared again. Dozens of riders pressured Zi Chen again, and a strong murderous intent filled the air. Haha, you, Wang Shan, are actually a gentleman, and a benevolent one at that. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's very funny and funny. Zi Chen laughed. Wang Shan's face turned ugly. He did not expect Yi Futian to be so stubborn. At this moment, Zi Chen spoke and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, were you the one who ordered Chen Feng and the others to capture Meng Yaro?" "Yes, she's my woman. Of course, I have to find her." Wang Shan nodded and admitted. "Then let me ask you again, when did Meng Yaro become your woman?" "She's Zi Chen's confidant, and Zi Chen died in my hands. So, of course, she's my confidant. If she's not my woman, then who is she?" Wang Shan said righteously, but there was a cold light in his eyes. Haha, what a benevolent gentleman. Zi Chen's eyes were cold. "Today, because of what you said, if I don't beat you into a pulp, I'll be sorry for you, Wang Shan, and your arrogance today." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen's eyes were already cold. He let go of Su Mengyao's hand and took a step forward. Heaven and earth trembled, and he turned into a golden light and rushed towards Wang Shan. "You're courting death. How dare you attack my lord? Go to hell." Zi Chen's attack was out of Wang Shan's expectation, but it was within the expectations of the riders. They could not hold back any longer, and a crazy murderous intent surged. A burst of energy rushed out of the riders' bodies and merged in the air, forming a giant beast that rushed towards Zi Chen. Boom! Zi Chen's blood and qi exploded, and his strength broke through. His body was even more terrifying. The late Xiantian perfect body had appeared in the world again. Golden blood and qi surged, and Zi Chen punched towards the giant beast. Roar! The giant beast was very tall, and it was originally formed by energy. At this moment, it roared to the sky, and the world trembled. The roar shook the leaves, and a pair of giant palms also slapped forward. Boom! When the fist landed, a huge shockwave shook the heavens and the earth. The palm print was forced to retreat. Zi Chen had blocked the attack of the giant beast by himself. Bang! The fist landed like a big hammer with terrifying power. The whole forest shook, and a terrifying aura spread. The giant beast was knocked back by Zi Chen's attack again. What terrifying strength! He actually blocked the giant beast. This is the fusion battle technique of dozens of riders. Although it's not comparable to the attack of a forbidden weapon, it's not something a Xiantian can block. The riders' faces changed. Zi Chen's strength was too strong. His strength alone was comparable to dozens of riders. Bang! Zi Chen's eyes were cold and ruthless. He punched again. The golden fist surged with a terrifying aura and instantly smashed towards the giant beast. Dong! The world trembled, and a terrifying aura spread. The giant beast was knocked back, and it kept roaring. What? Wang Shan, who had been hiding behind the riders, was shocked. He didn't underestimate Chen Long and thought highly of him, but he never expected the latter's strength to be so terrifying. Even the fusion battle technique, which was second only to the attack of a forbidden weapon, couldn't suppress him. Moreover, he was shocked to find that Chen Long's strength had broken through and reached the late stage of the Xiantian realm. A late-stage Xiantian realm monster. Wang Shan was excited. This was an extremely powerful force, and he had to fight for it. Zi Chen took a step forward, and the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if an ancient giant was taking a step forward, causing violent tremors. His golden fists landed one strike after another, shaking the heavens. Boom! The giant beast retreated again and again. In the end, there was no way out. Finally, it exploded and turned into the energy of heaven and earth again. A shocking scene appeared. Zi Chen actually used his fist to disperse the fusion battle technique. The dozens of riders were shocked and took a step back. Furious beast roar. The leading rider let out a cold roar. At this moment, the zhen qi in their bodies kept surging, and the surface of their bodies emitted a strong Xiantian realm aura. The dozens of riders roared at this moment, and the sound was deafening. Rumble. The world trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping. The dozens of riders urged the black scale horses to charge towards Zichen. This was a kind of charging technique, and also a kind of fusion battle technique. The more riders there were, the stronger the power. Although there were only dozens of riders, it was easy to deal with a late-stage Xiantian realm cultivator. Kill. All of them unsheathed their long sabers, emitting a cold light. In the trembling earth, the black scale horses roared and rushed towards Zichen. Back off. Zichen motioned the two to back off. At the same time, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward. He wanted to charge at the dozens of riders with his own strength. This is the Yunxia city's combined attack technique. The power of each rider is much stronger than an ordinary rider. Not to mention dealing with a late-stage Xiantian realm cultivator like you, even a true energy realm cultivator would be defeated. Wang Shan saw Zichen rushing alone and sneered disdainfully. The other riders also sneered. They knew how powerful this charging technique was. Even a true energy realm cultivator wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds. Boom. The horses' hooves shook and dust flew. The dozens of riders rushed towards Zichen in an instant. Then, long sabers emitted a cold light and slashed towards Zichen. This was a kind of fusion battle technique. With the help of the black scale horses, each rider's attack was much stronger. The long sabers flashed with a terrifying aura. Even a true energy realm cultivator wouldn't have an advantage. Ha! With a loud shout, Zichen jumped into the air. Dozens of long sabers brushed past his body, but just as he dodged the saberlight, another saberlight appeared and enveloped Zichen like a dense net. Buzz! Zichen's body surged with golden light and emitted a powerful aura. He clenched his fists and punched the saber net. Boom! Under the attack, the light on the long sabers dissipated, revealing the long sabers emitting cold light. They were directly knocked back. Sure enough, there's something strange. Under the attack, Zichen only knocked back the Xiantian long sabers, but didn't break them. This showed how terrifying the fusion technique was. Clang! 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 At the same time, even more attacks landed on Zichen's body. However, the sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. Even the combined attacks were unable to break through Zichen's defense. Zichen's body was almost monstrous. The expressions of the cultivators changed. It was expected that Zichen's punch couldn't break the long sabers. After all, the fusion battle technique was second only to the power of a forbidden weapon. But their attacks couldn't break through the defense, which made them extremely shocked. Ha! Zichen shouted, and the golden light around his body became even more dazzling. He waved his fist and threw out a powerful attack, knocking back several long sabers again. Buzz! At the same time, his whole body turned into a golden light and rushed into the midst of the riders, throwing out a powerful attack. Clang! The endless saber light was easily blocked by Zichen. His body flashed with golden light, and the riders couldn't break through his defense at all. Then, Zichen threw out a fusion punch. This was an indestructible fist, and the fusion with the green peak seal was very powerful. Boom! After the punch, a black scale horse was sent flying, and the rider on it was also sent flying. Peng! Chapter 193. The Black Cavalry of Yunxia City was famous among the 7 major cities. It was a kind of combined attack formation, which was very powerful. It was accidentally found in the ruins. It was also the only formation in the 7 major cities that could be used by Xiantian realm cultivators. Although there were only 20 of them, once the formation was used, their combat power would be doubled. It was very terrifying. But now, such powerful combat strength was actually beaten to a pulp by Zichen. Zichen broke the formation of the Black Cavalry with brute force. Bang! Zichen's golden fist hit a black-scaled horse, and the latter was blown away. The rider was also blown away and smashed into an ancient tree. Both the rider and the horse fainted. Zichen was expressionless, but his attacks were very sharp and merciless. As the horses were blown away one by one, the power of the formation was greatly reduced. Boom! The strong blow made a harsh explosion sound in the air. Then, a black-scaled horse was killed by Zi Chen. Dong! A loud tremor resounded through the heavens and earth. The golden fist was like a golden hammer with terrifying power. When it descended, a rider was killed, leaving behind only the black-scaled horse. It lost its head out of fear and fled in disarray. The formation of the black cavalry was easily broken by Zi Chen. Crack! A long sword was broken. It was much easier for him to attack again. Come back, come back. Wang Shan's expression changed drastically. These black steel cavalrymen were his trump card. They were meant to be used when he was trying to attain the inheritance stage. Previously, he was reluctant to use them. However, he did not expect to lose so many of them here. His heart ached when he saw this. Boom! The sky shook, and endless green light flashed. A huge green seal appeared in the sky. Its surface was flowing with runes, and it emitted a terrible qi. It smashed towards Zi Chen's head. This was the Qingfeng seal, a powerful battle technique of Yunxia City. Dong! Zi Chen clenched his fist and flew up into the air. His golden fist landed on the seal, causing the earth to tremble. Then, the seal exploded with a boom. Qingfeng chop! At the same time, an azure-colored sword blade that was like a waterfall charged towards Zi Chen with extreme speed, its might peerless. Peng! Zi Chen punched out, and a golden light dyed the horizon. A terrifying aura circulated around his fist, and with a loud bang, it shattered the sword blade. After breaking through to the late Xiantian realm, Zi Chen's battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Now, not to mention a Xiantian genius, even if a first heavenly layer true essence martial artist came here, they would be easily crushed by Zi Chen. Swish! Swish! Boundless cyan light burst out from Wang Shan's body like thousands of sharp blades, shooting madly at Zi Chen. Ding ding dang dang dang. The late Xiantian perfect body was powerful and terrifying. All the sharp blades that fell on Zi Chen's body were bounced off. They couldn't break through his defense at all. Then, Zi Chen punched out. A blazing fist light appeared and shattered the remaining sharp blades. Wang Shan's expression changed. Chen Long's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had thought that the two of them were on par, but now that they had exchanged blows again, he realized that Chen Long was much stronger. Fortunately, the rest of the cavalry had already retreated, and Wang Shan had minimized his losses. Wang Shan, I've already said that if I don't beat you up today, I'll be sorry. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Lightning appeared under his feet, and like a ray of light, he rushed towards Wang Shan. Wang Shan's pupils shrank. He abandoned the black scale horse and retreated rapidly. Light flashed under his feet. It was also a kind of extreme movement technique, but it couldn't be compared to the lightning. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Dang! During this time, Wang Shan attacked several times, but they were all easily broken by Zi Chen. Do I have to use a forbidden weapon now? Wang Shan was unwilling. Forbidden weapons were indeed powerful, but they had great uses. At this moment, after witnessing Chen Long's battle prowess, Wang Shan was already regretting his recklessness. Peng! Zi Chen finally stepped forward. His speed was very fast, and Wang Shan saw a golden fist suddenly enlarging in his eyes. Then, Wang Shan was blown away by a powerful force. Protect, sir. Kill. The other knights reacted, all urging their armored horses to charge towards Zi Chen. In Zi Chen's hand, a complicated seal appeared. Golden light flashed between his fingers. Then, dozens of golden lightning appeared, like thunder snakes, rushing towards the knights. This was the thunderbolt finger, a terrifying technique. At this moment, it was displayed again. Its power was unparalleled, and dozens of lightning bolts were shot out. Rumble. Dozens of lightning bolts exploded, creating a deafening sound. The whole world was trembling. Countless trees were uprooted, and the ancient trees were shattered. Dozens of knights were instantly thrown off their horses under the impact of the lightning bolts. There were many casualties. No! Wang Shan roared. These were all trump cards, and they were used to challenge the inheritance. Dong! At this moment, Zi Chen flashed again, and the golden fist landed, directly hitting Wang Shan's head. Such a punch was so powerful that Wang Shan felt the threat of death looming over him. Wang. At this moment, a jade pendant in front of Wang Shan's chest emitted a brilliant light, forming a protective light shield, protecting him inside. Boom. The fist landed on the light shield, but it did not break. The defensive power of the light shield was indeed terrifying. Looking at the light shield in front of him, Zi Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Thinking about it carefully, it should be similar to the light shield that Chu Fei put up the other day. It was not a defense of the body. Peng. Zi Chen attacked again and again, sending Wang Shan flying, but he could not break the light shield. Is this a turtle shell? It's so hard. After hitting for a long time, Zi Chen simply insulted the other party. He reached out his hand and hit Wang Shan's face through the light shield. With a bang, Wang Shan was sent flying. Wang Shan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was insulted again. This was the second time in his life that he was humiliated. However, he was very lucky. After being humiliated by Zi Chen last time, he returned to his family and the elders in his family gave him this jade pendant for self-protection. It came in handy today. Dong. Zi Chen's fist landed on Wang Shan's face. The light shield trembled and dissolved the energy, but Wang Shan was also sent flying by the impact. During this time, dozens of riders organized a few more attacks, but they were all sent flying by Zi Chen. Peng. Zi Chen attacked, and Wang Shan was beaten back and forth. He did not have the strength to fight back at all. He was completely humiliated. A trash like you is a master? Is there a trash master like you? Zi Chen slapped Wang Shan's face through the light shield again. Although the energy was dissolved, Wang Shan still felt a burning pain on his face. You killed Zi Chen? Why did I hear that Zi Chen beat you up so badly that you peed your pants? Zi Chen kicked Wang Shan's face, and a golden light flashed. He kicked Wang Shan's face directly and sent him flying. Then, he stomped on Wang Shan's face. In the distance, Miao Kong and Su Mengyaro were speechless. Zi Chen was too fierce. He actually suppressed Wang Shan just like that. You killed Zi Chen, and you dare to say that his girlfriend is your woman? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Zi Chen raised his foot and stomped on Wang Shan's face. The light shield kept trembling to dissolve the huge force, but the humiliation could not be dispelled. Wang Shan wanted to faint. Dong. Zi Chen stomped on Wang Shan, causing the world to shake. Wang Shan and the light shield were stomped into the ground. If it weren't for this turtle shell, I would have beaten you into a pig's head and let you kill yourself by slapping your face, said Zi Chen. He was merciless. He stomped his feet a few more times. Wang Shan and the light barrier were both crushed deep into the ground. Boom. At this time, a terrifying aura escaped from the ground below. A ruthless killing intent spread. Zi Chen felt the threat of death and quickly retreated. Peng. The ground exploded, and a miserable figure appeared. It was Wang Shan. The light shield around him had dissipated, but his expression was extremely ferocious. It was distorted because of anger. In his hand, he was holding a mirror that emitted a milky white light. Forbidden weapon. Zi Chen's pupils shrank, and he stopped moving forward. Come at me. Wang Shan held the forbidden weapon in his hand. His expression was ferocious, and his breathing was rapid. He had never been humiliated like this before. Even when he was captured by Zi Chen had not stepped on his face and humiliated him. Moreover, when Zi Chen slapped his face that day, it was done by himself. There were only 2 people present. But today, there were dozens of people present. Zi Chen looked at the forbidden weapon and stopped moving forward. Come again. Aren't you strong? Come at me. The forbidden weapon in Wang Shan's hand shook, and a terrifying aura was constantly spreading. It could shoot out a destructive aura at any time. There were many cracks on the jade pendant in his arms. It had consumed a lot of energy, which made Wang Shan even more heartbroken. He pointed the forbidden weapon at Zi Chen and roared, Come at me, Chen Long, aren't you strong? Come and slap my face. I'll stand here and let you slap me. So what if you're relying on the forbidden weapon? Put it away if you dare. I'll beat you into a pig head. Zichen sneered with disdain in his eyes. You still dare to talk back? I'll kill you. Wang Shan was furious. He did not expect this guy to still be so stubborn after taking out the forbidden weapon. Then, a destructive aura flowed out from the mirror, and a white brilliance was constantly emitted. Zichen was even more afraid. Even if he had broken through to the late stage of the Xiantian realm, he was not confident that he could block the forbidden weapon's attack. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Damn it. Slap your own face and knock out all your teeth. Then, call me brother-in-law. Wang Shan roared. He was completely furious. His emotions were very unstable, and he could shoot out the forbidden weapon at any time. This was a method of torture. Since Wang Shan came back alive from the silent jungle, the previous looking for teeth all over the ground had been upgraded to looking for teeth all over the ground. Kneeling down and calling him brother-in-law was a very unique title that was invented by Wang Shan. Hee hee. Zichen laughed, and the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. Are you courting death? You want me to kneel down and call you brother-in-law? Why don't you kneel down and call me brother-in-law? That way, I'll be in a good mood. Maybe I'll let you go. You're F***king courting death. How dare you bargain with me? Wang Shan was completely focused. At this moment, he forgot about the inheritance and trump cards. His brain was full of anger, and the humiliation he suffered today was all he could think of. Wang. Chapter 194. The mirror flew into the air, shining with a milky white brilliance. A terrifying aura was spreading out, as if the forbidden weapon could strike any time. Sir, don't. Just then, a figure rushed forward and stopped Wang Shan. It was a Peak Saint Knight, the one who controlled the cavalry. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Wang Shan roared. His eyes were red, and he was completely out of control. Obviously, he was humiliated and had lost his mind. This is a forbidden weapon used to snatch the inheritance. Isn't it a waste to use it to vent your anger? The knight grabbed Wang Shan's hand and did not let go. So what if it's a waste? I'm going to kill him. How dare he humiliate me like this? I'm going to make him pay. Wang Shan roared. A terrifying aura was gathering on the mirror. No, sir. Even if you have a forbidden weapon, you might not be able to kill him, the knight said again. Bullshit. I have a forbidden weapon, and I can kill him easily. Killing him is like killing a chicken or a dog. But he has a forbidden weapon too. The knight said helplessly. What? Wang Shan's face changed. His head that was burning with anger had cooled down completely because of the knight's words. He turned his head and looked at Zichen. Forbidden weapon. Wang Shan could not believe his eyes. He saw a palm-sized blood-red spear in Zichen's hand, and it was emitting a terrifying aura. While this aura was slightly different from that of the mirror, it was equally fearsome. Why do you have a forbidden weapon too? Wang Shan was dumbfounded. He felt that the sky had darkened. A forbidden weapon was rare, and he had the right to say it. As a direct descendant of the Wang family, if it were not for this trip to the ruins, the family would not have given him a forbidden weapon. A forbidden weapon was something that could only be created by a master. It was extremely powerful, and only true energy realm experts could unleash the power of a forbidden weapon. It was a waste to give it to a Xiantian realm expert. When his family had given him a forbidden weapon, Wang Shan had been overjoyed. This was a killing weapon. In the Xiantian trial grounds, he could do whatever he wanted. However, he had never imagined that the first time he took out a forbidden weapon, he would encounter another one before he could even kill his enemy. What's wrong, young Master Wang Shan? Are you surprised? This thing is like a cabbage. If you can have it, I can't. Zichen joked. However, those words made Wang Shan feel like vomiting blood. Since when did forbidden artifacts become so common? One had to know that even in their family, there weren't many forbidden artifacts. In the distance, Miao Kong and Su Mengyaro were speechless. Was this forbidden artifact really a cabbage? Although Zichen spoke casually, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when he obtained the forbidden artifact. He laughed so hard that even his molars were exposed. How can you have a forbidden artifact? Wang Shan was still in disbelief. So what if it's a forbidden artifact? Let me tell you, I have even more things. Zi Chen sneered. Then, a light flashed in his hand. A primordial stone appeared and then disappeared again. It was like a magic trick. Spatial spirit artifact. See? Zi Chen laughed proudly. Wang Shan curled his lips. At this moment, Zi Chen was like a country bumpkin who suddenly became a nouveau riche. I still have a lot of these things. Young Master Wang Shan, do you want to try? Let's fight and see whose forbidden artifact is better. Zi Chen smiled faintly. The blood-colored spear in his hand emitted an endless blood-red light. Wang Shan's eyes kept changing. He could see that the forbidden artifact in Zi Chen's hand had been used before. There were cracks in it. It could only be used twice at most. Sir, please don't be impulsive, the knight said, stopping Wang Shan again. The forbidden artifact is very useful. If you use it here, what's the point of killing him? When it's time to fight for the inheritance, we'll only be passive. The knight kept persuading. HMPH, Chen Long, consider yourself lucky today. But I'm warning you, don't fall into my hands next time. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Wang Shan snorted coldly. He finally compromised. He kept the forbidden artifact and prepared to leave. Wang Shan, don't talk big if you don't have the strength. You want to leave? Did I say I'll let you go? If you don't want to fight with me, then I'll fight with you. Zi Chen snorted coldly. The blood-colored spear in his hand emitted a blinding light. A terrifying aura spread out. What do you mean? Wang Shan's face changed. He never thought that Lin Fan would not let him go even though he did not pursue the matter. What do I mean? You blocked my path and humiliated me here. You want to leave just like that? Don't you think you're looking down on me? Zi Chen shouted. Humiliated you? Hearing this, Wang Shan was about to go crazy. He thought to himself, you're the one who humiliated me, okay? Now you're the one who's blaming me. Beside Wang Shan, the knights were also speechless. Who was the one who humiliated whom? Wang Shan, you dare to humiliate me. Of course I'll take revenge. You're dreaming if you think you can leave easily today. Zi Chen gritted his teeth as if he was greatly wronged. The blood-colored spear in his hand surged with a terrifying aura, as if it could deliver a fatal blow at any time. Wang Shan was about to cry. He thought that Chen Long was a righteous person, but he didn't expect him to be even more despicable than him. It was fine that Chen Long was the one who humiliated him, but he acted as if he was the one who suffered a great loss. Then what do you want? Wang Shan asked angrily. I want you to pay with your blood. Zi Chen's eyes glowed red as if he was greatly wronged. You want to use a forbidden weapon? Wang Shan stared at Zi Chen. That's right. Let's use a forbidden weapon to settle the score and wash away the humiliation I suffered. Zi Chen nodded. The aura of the blood-colored spear in his hand intensified. Wang Shan didn't know what to say. He was the victim, but everything was reversed in Chen Long's words. Even the horsemen were speechless. One had to know that on their side, there were people who had died, including several black-scaled horses. They were the real victims, okay? Wang Shan didn't know what to say anymore. Chen Long, let's forget about using forbidden weapons. Is there any other way? At this moment, a knight beside Wang Shan said. Other way? Zi Chen was stunned. Yeah, we can use other ways to resolve the humiliation. Why do we have to use weapons? The knight opened his mouth, but his heart was bleeding. He was clearly the victim, but at this moment, he had to lower his voice and speak in a submissive manner. That's right. Use other ways. Wang Shan was also helpless. The development of the situation was far beyond his expectations. One had to know that his original intention was to rope in Zi Chen. First, he wanted to show him who was the boss. Then, he wanted to rope in Zi Chen. But the result was, although this thing is like a cabbage, it's best not to use it. Zi Chen kept the forbidden weapon. However, his words made everyone speechless. Cabbage? How could a forbidden weapon be like a cabbage? Since you want to settle this matter, then very well, I'll give you a chance. Don't say that I, Chen Long, am not loyal enough. Today, I'll give you some face, Wang Shan. Give me that black-scaled horse of yours, and give me 2 normal black-scaled horses. Then, this matter will be considered over. Zi Chen put on a righteous look. What? Wang Shan stared at Zi Chen. He never thought that the latter would be so greedy. How could a black-scaled horse be ordinary? Moreover, his mount was a high-grade one. It was very difficult to tame a black-scaled horse king. Why? You're not willing? You're not even willing to give me 3 black-scaled horses? Do you still have the attitude to resolve the problem? Zi Chen said unhappily. Just 3 black-scaled horses. Everyone wanted to slap this country bumpkin to death. How could these things be described as just? Which one of them was cheap? Wang Shan's black-scaled horse king was even more valuable. No. Wang Shan rejected directly. Asking for his black-scaled horse king was like slapping his own face. If he was in the wrong, then so be it. But now, he was the victim. All right then. Great young master Wang Shan, let me see the power of your forbidden artifact. Zi Chen said coldly. The blood-red spear emitted a dazzling light. A destructive aura was brewing. Terrifying killing intent filled the forest. Hold on, we agree, we agree. At this moment, the knight hurriedly opened his mouth and whispered in Wang Shan's ear, Sir, you must think twice. The price of 3 black-scaled horses can't be compared to a forbidden weapon. This thing is different from the outside world. Every time you use it, you can use it less. But it's not only the use of the forbidden weapon, it's also the opportunity. If you obtain the inheritance here, it's very likely that you'll be able to create another big sect from 10,000 years ago. At that time, you'll be able to suppress the 7 big cities and the 3 big sects. This country bumpkin doesn't even know what a black-scaled horse is. He definitely won't be able to do anything. Let him go first. When we go deeper, we'll find him. The knight began to persuade Wang Shan. After a while, Wang Shan nodded. Chen Long, just you wait. I'll consider myself unlucky today. I'll treat it as being bitten by a dog. Wang Shan helplessly said. He rode another black-scaled horse and left. Then, he left with the knights. Are you humiliating me? Come on, Wang Shan. Let me see the power of your forbidden weapon. Zi Chen shouted loudly. Wang Shan's face changed. He almost fell off the black-scaled horse. He sped up and left without looking back. Is this a self-inflicted humiliation? Wang Shan felt very wronged. He didn't want to stay in the depths. His original intention was to win over Chen Long. Now, not only did he fail, he was humiliated and even had to compensate. What kind of world was this? Even Wang Shan himself, who was notorious in Yunxia City, had never done such a thing. Chen Long, I won't let you go. Wang Shan hurriedly left with the crowd. Idiot, this is a forbidden weapon. It's not a real cabbage. Even if you're willing to fight with me, I won't let it go. Looking at Wang Shan's distance, Zi Chen carefully put away the blood-red spear. He turned to look at the two and said, Let's go deeper. As he spoke, he rushed towards the black-scaled horse. In today's battle, even Wang Shan had been defeated. Miao Kong could be considered to have truly witnessed Zi Chen's combat strength. If they did not have a forbidden artifact, then Zi Chen would be the undisputed number 1 in this expedition. The 3 rode the black-scaled horse and walked into the depths. Along the way, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they saw the hoofprints in front of them. Along the way, they encountered some spirit herbs. Zi Chen would not let them go. After a few simple punches to repel the beasts, he collected the spirit herbs and stored them in a jade box to prevent the spirit energy from dissipating. In his spare time, Zi Chen would also cultivate. His strength broke through again, but for Zi Chen, this was still a treasure land. A few days later, the 3 had reached the depths. Chapter 195. The sounds of fighting in the forest were very intense, and there was a loud bang. Fighting in the forest was common. Zi Chen didn't want to get involved, so he urged the black scale horse to leave. But at this time, the sounds of fighting were approaching, and it seemed that someone was flying in this direction. Help! At the same time, there was a cry for help. Several big forces are going to clear the place. Help! Someone exclaimed, and then the fierce fighting turned. The sound of a sharp blade piercing into a body was also heard. Swoosh! In the distance, a figure shot over. His body was covered in blood, and the long sword in his hand was broken, leaving only half of the sword hilt. Seeing Zi Chen, the person's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Help! Those big forces are starting to clear the place, killing all the rogue cultivators who didn't enter the depths." The person raised his chi and rushed towards Zi Chen. At this time, a sharp whistling sound was heard. Swoosh! A sharp blade appeared from the dense forest, like an arrow leaving the bow, and rushed towards the person's back. In an instant, the sharp blade pierced through the person's body. The person fell down unwillingly. They finally cleared the place. Miao Kong sat on the black scale horse, and his eyes flashed. He was the first person Wu Xiong cleared the place. All the guards were dead, and he was the only one left. The sound of breaking air was constantly heard. Figures rushed out of the dense forest, and there were more than a dozen of them. They were holding swords dripping with blood, and rushed over with murderous aura. Swoosh! Swoosh! The dozen of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Zi Chen, and surrounded the three of them from all directions. "What is the meaning of this?" Miao Kong asked. This space has been open for several months, and you are still here. Could it be that you want to take advantage?" A black-clothed cultivator asked coldly. "Take advantage? How can there be any advantage? We just arrived here," Miao Kong said. "Who are you trying to fool? Wu Xiong has ordered that from now on, this dense forest will be cleared. All the cultivators wandering in the depths will die." The cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the weapon dripping with blood emitted an oppressive cold light. "So you're saying that your martial ancestors' people?" Zi Chen asked, his voice cold. Martial ancestor, Zi Chen's greatest enemy. HMPH, less nonsense. Kill the men, leave the women behind. The cultivator spoke coldly and signaled for everyone to attack. "They should be a small force that has been gathered by Wu Xiong," Miao Kong explained. Although the large forces had brought many experts, they were far from comparable to the rogue cultivators. It was just that during this period of time, the large forces had gathered many small forces, and some rogue cultivators had also joined in, so there were many people. "Kill!" More than a dozen people shouted. They abandoned Su Mengyaro and rushed towards Zi Chen and Miao Kong with their blood-dripping swords in their hands. Pu. Zi Chen sat cross-legged on the black-scaled horse with a calm expression. Seeing so many cultivators charging towards him, he pointed his finger forward and a golden sword chi appeared. Swoosh! With a flash of sword energy, one of the cultivators was pierced through the glabella and fell to the ground, dead. Pop! A splash of blood bloomed as the sharp sword chi pierced through the heart. Another person died. With 2 consecutive points, 2 people died. Zi Chen's powerful battle strength instantly shocked the others. "Who are you?" The cultivators' expressions changed. They had never seen someone with such battle strength. Swoosh! Zi Chen sat motionlessly on the horse. Golden light flickered between his fingers, and a dazzling sword blade appeared and rushed in front of a cultivator holding a saber. Crack! The innate weapon shattered, and the cultivator was also split in 2 like the weapon. Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He was very calm, but in an instant, he killed 3 people. "Who are you?" The other cultivators were terrified and kept retreating. Among the 3 people who died, there was a perfected cultivator, but he was still killed in 1 blow. Moreover, from the moment he attacked until now, he sat on the horse and didn't move at all. "I'm the one who will send you on your way," Zi Chen said calmly, but his indifferent words made everyone's heart tremble. At this moment, they knew that they had encountered a tough opponent. Poof! A cultivator reached into his pocket, wanting to send a signal, but before he could take it out, a golden sword chi rushed to his forehead. His vitality dissipated and he fell to the ground, dead. A martial ancestor signal fell from his pocket. "Let's go. Go back and tell Wu Xiong." Everyone was terrified and no longer entangled. They turned and left. This powerful person gave people a feeling that they were unmatched. Could it be him? Just as they were retreating, the leader's expression suddenly changed as he thought of someone. In the past half a month, a rumor had been circulating in the depths. Wang Shan was beaten up by a young man named Chen Long in the periphery. He suffered a great loss and even stole the Black Scale Horse King. This news had already spread in the depths and caused a great commotion. Although Wang Shan didn't admit it, the Black Scale Horse King was indeed gone. 3 black scale horses, one of them has a bigger head. It should be the Black Scale Horse King. God, I actually met him. The rumors are true. This person even dares to touch Wang Shan. The man's expression changed and he moved faster. Thunderbolt finger. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, the man felt a dangerous aura behind him. Ha! With a loud shout, he turned around and mobilized the Jin Qi in his body, attacking behind him. Xiantian Jin Qi constantly surged. The man saw a golden lightning, to be more precise, a dozen golden lightning, rushing towards the dozen people who were escaping. Boom! 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 A dozen golden lightning exploded, transmitting a terrifying energy wave. Then, under the man's shocked gaze, a wave of vitality dissipated, including his own. A thunderbolt finger shot out a dozen lightning bolts. Zi Chen instantly killed the people who were escaping. At this moment, Miao Kong jumped down from his horse and went forward happily. He searched the corpses and after a while, he came forward with a lot of valuables. The harvest is not bad. There are dozens of yuan stones and some pills. But there is a secret scripture that was destroyed by the lightning and can't be used. Miao Kong handed these things to Zi Chen. Zi Chen had a spatial spirit item, so he could collect these things. Yuan stones were the currency of the entire Martial Heaven continent. No one would complain about having too many. Once one reached the true energy realm, one would need to use them to cultivate. Naturally, the more the better. Several large powers began to clear the area, killing all the wandering cultivators and those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zi Chen had already learned from Miao Kong that once these powers cleared the area, it meant they were going to attack the final inheritance. Along the way, Zi Chen saw several more killings. They were all rogue cultivators in groups of 2 or 3. They wanted to follow behind the large powers and take advantage of the situation, but they were all caught and killed. Phut. During this period of time, Zi Chen also made a few moves, killing several cultivators who were clearing the area. He continued to move forward and went straight into the depths. Zi Chen, we have to be careful in the depths. Those large powers have many experts, and they also have forbidden items. We have to be careful. As the 3 of them went deeper, Miao Kong reminded him. I know. Zi Chen nodded. Ever since he had comprehended extreme yang, that golden light had disappeared from his forehead. Zi Chen found that his perception had become sharper and stronger. He had a keen intuition for danger. During these days, several people had been hiding in the dark, wanting to assassinate Zi Chen. However, they had all been killed by Zi Chen first. Furthermore, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had never given up on assassinating Miao Kong. Zi Chen had killed at least 6 people along the way. This was a tall mountain range. Ancient trees were lush, comparable to small mountains. Their roots were like horned dragons that were rooted underground. After another 2 mountain ranges, we'll reach the depths. That's the first step to obtaining the inheritance. There are some restrictions there that have already been cultivators attacking. I think they've already been opened. Miao Kong pointed at the mountain range ahead. As they neared their destination, the 3 of them became much more careful. The black-scaled horse was a kind of demonic beast. It had great physical strength and could run through the mountain range. A day later, the 3 of them crossed over a mountain ridge. As far as the eye could see, there was another huge mountain ridge. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura came from another mountain range, followed by a rumbling sound. Someone's fighting again. It should be another group of people trying to take advantage of the situation. The 3 of them were not surprised. They had encountered at least 20 battles along the way. Let's go. After another mountain range, we should reach the place. Let's hide in front. Chen said. The three of them urged their black-scaled horses forward. During this period of time, sounds of explosions could be heard. The sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from time to time. When the three of them reached the top of the mountain, the sounds of fighting were still ongoing. It seemed like it had been going on for a long time. Not ordinary. It actually lasted for so long. Seems like those who are trying to take advantage of the situation are also tough. Miao Kong sighed. Ha! A loud roar came from below the mountain range, spreading out through the dense forest. Chen frowned. This voice was so familiar. It's him. After a while, Chen recalled the owner of the voice. It was the burly man who was with the old man that day. The sounds of fighting were very intense. It seemed like the two of them wanted to take advantage of the situation but were caught and engaged in a great battle. Indeed, according to their characters, it would be strange if they didn't take advantage of the situation. Chen thought. The two of them had no sense of brotherhood. They would take advantage of the situation and run away if they didn't. Hearing the sounds of fighting at this moment was very in line with their characters. Come, let's speed up. Chen urged the black-scaled horse to speed up. Although the two of them were not loyal, he couldn't be a villain. After walking down the mountain range, there was a huge canyon. It was very spacious and had a large area. At this moment, in the middle of the canyon, a battle that had lasted for several hours was still ongoing. An old man who was about to enter the ground and a burly man who was about to enter the ground fought fiercely with several great perfection stage experts from various forces. They were not at a disadvantage after several hours. In front of the burly man, 3 people had already fallen. This old man and the old man are actually so strong. Liu Bo led less than 10 subordinates and followed behind the Li family forces. He watched the battle in the field and muttered softly. His subordinates looked at the old man and the burly man with fire in their eyes. That day, it was the two of them and Chen Long with a dragon tiger beast that caused them to suffer heavy losses. That's strange. Wasn't Chen Long with them last time? Why isn't he here today? Liu Bo muttered. He had a forbidden weapon, but he was behind the crowd. It was obvious that he wanted to hide his identity and make a move at the critical moment. This was the only canyon in the depths. At this moment, several major forces were gathered. As for some itinerant cultivators, they had already rushed into the canyon. Those who did not enter became targets to be eliminated. These 2 old men are so old, but their combat strength is still so strong. Wang Shan sat on the black-scaled horse and watched the scene indifferently. Their combat strength is not bad. What a pity. Kang He shook his head and sighed. Li Hua sneered. At this moment, several major forces were gathered. Each side had hundreds of people. Of course, most of them were itinerant cultivators who had gathered with other forces. It seemed that there were many of them. Boom. The burly man's attack was very fierce. Several great perfection stage experts who were besieging him did not dare to move forward. Those who did move forward with great difficulty had already become cold corpses. The old man was not weak either. He kept swinging the whisk in his hand. Rays of light appeared and forced the great perfection stage experts to retreat. Chapter 196. Many major forces gathered and prepared to enter the depths. However, before that, they wanted to eliminate all unstable factors. The strength displayed by the old man and the burly man would have made them targets in the past. However, the two of them had been hiding their strength and only appeared now. Obviously, they were up to no good. Hence, the forces gave up on trying to rope them in and killed them directly. The two of them were powerful and the battle had dragged on for a long time. Attack. Kill the two of them. Don't leave any future trouble. Wu Xiong looked at the battle and his eyes flashed coldly. He waved his hand and several great perfection experts stepped forward. Obviously, he did not want to watch the show anymore. Go. Don't embarrass yourself. Li Hua waved his hand and several great perfection experts rushed forward. Kill. Kang his eyes were indifferent, but his words were extremely cold. He waved his hand and several great perfection experts rushed out. You bunch of brats. Are you trying to gang up on us with numbers? With several great perfection experts joining in, the two of them instantly felt the pressure and the old man cursed. You bunch of brats really don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. You don't even let an old man go. How can you be so ruthless? The old man held the whisk in his hand and knocked one of them back with a light blow. Up until now, he had not killed anyone. Old man, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill them. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die. The burly man shouted. There were already several corpses beside him. He attacked decisively. The various powers all sent out their great circle experts to surround and attack the two of them. Sharp attacks were unleashed. I say, do you really have the heart to kill an old man like me? The old man waved his whisk and a great perfection expert was sent flying. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. How can you treat an old man like me like this? No one answered him. All the great perfection experts who were sent flying went forward again and attacked fiercely. You bunch of brats. Is this how you treat your grandfather? Although the old man did not kill them, his words were vicious. The faces of the major forces darkened. These people were all geniuses and favored by the heavens. They had huge forces behind them. Now, an old man who was about to die was acknowledging them as his relatives and treating them as his grandchildren. Kill, don't hold back. Use your full strength. I don't want to listen to this old man's nonsense. The few of them were furious. This old man was courting death by coming here to be their grandfather. Swoosh. In the darkness, a sharp blade appeared, exuding a terrifying killing intent. The assassin from the heavenly slaughter pavilion had finally made his move. He had been waiting patiently all this while, but at this moment, he seized the opportunity to launch a shorekill attack. The old man's expression changed slightly. He used the duster in his hand to block the sword light. It emitted a bright light and blocked the sword light. The sword light flashed and disappeared in a flash. A few strands of white silk fell from the Buddhist whisk. You guys are serious. This sword was extremely dangerous. The elder's expression changed, releasing a strange cry. Of course it's true, or else do you think I'm just trying to make fun of you? The large man spoke, his voice like thunder. Compared to the old man, his attacks were much fiercer. Every time he struck, a great perfection cultivator would be injured. His attacks were terrifying. You bunch of brats, you really want your grandpa's life. The old man let out a strange cry. This fellow is truly a weirdo. You're already at death's door, yet you still dare to take advantage of these forces. Everyone was speechless. The leaders' expressions were dark as they waved their hands again. Kill, kill, kill. There were more than 1,000 carnate cultivators gathered here. It could be said that there was no shortage of people. At this moment, as the forces waved their hands, more carnate cultivators rushed forward, displaying fierce killing intent. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. No matter how strong the large man was, he still couldn't resist the many great perfection cultivators. A sharp blade slashed across his shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. A streak of saber light cut off a piece of his sleeve. Clang. The old man used the duster to block a sharp blade, but then, a few more strands of white silk were cut off. This repeated over and over again. The duster was almost cut bald. How can this be? The old man cried out. Of course it's like this since you didn't kill them. If we're killed today, we'll definitely be laughed at by the world, the large man said unhappily. It's impossible for us to die. Our fate is very strong. Besides, I've divined that someone will help us, the old man said. Those carnate cultivators' divinations might be useful outside, but here, the heavenly secrets are deceived. It's useless, the large man said disdainfully. Many great perfection cultivators came forward, and the two felt great pressure. The large man already had several wounds on his body, and the old man's duster was already bald. Think of a way to escape, the large man said. I wanted to take advantage of the situation, but who knew that these little guys would be so shameless and join forces to clear the place? Wait, let me think. The old man pondered. 2 more cuts appeared on the duster in his hand, and a crack appeared. I got it. Look, our reinforcements are here. At this moment, The old man suddenly grinned. Then, he saw 3 people and 3 horses appear in the distance, bringing a cloud of dust with them as they flew over. Look, the heavenly secrets are blocked here, but I still managed to deduce it. It seems that my carnate cultivator's divinations have become much stronger. The old man was smug. Wait for me here. When Zichen appeared, he saw that the two were in a bad situation. He left a sentence and rushed to the battlefield. The black-scaled horse king was unusually tall and majestic. At this moment, its 4 hooves shook the ground. The moment it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. That's the black-scaled horse king. Isn't the black-scaled horse king Wang Shan's mount? Why is it being ridden by a stranger? Chen Long, that's Chen Long. It seems that the rumors are true. Wang Shan suffered a great loss in the hands of Chen Long. Even the black-scaled horse king is gone. Exclamations sounded from all around. During this period of time, there were countless rumors about Chen Long, his Chen Long, the one who killed Chen Feng and Ling Yun. In order to save Miao Kong, he didn't hesitate to offend Wu Xiong. So he's the one. Everyone was discussing, and they were shocked. It's him. A few of the major forces were stunned when they saw Chen Long. As for Wang Shan, he gritted his teeth. He could deny the rumors from before, but now that the black-scaled stallion king was in the hands of someone else, he had nothing to say. Chen Long, I want you dead. Wang Shan gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with hatred. The two of you, how have you been? Zichen urged his horse forward, and the ground trembled as he rushed directly to the center of the battlefield. Kid, you're finally here. I'm going to die here. These people even abandoned their own grandfather for the sake of the inheritance. The old man held the headless whisk in his hand and waved at Zichen. Cracks appeared on it. Because he used too much force, it shattered with a bang. Good boy, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The burly man also laughed. Below him were several great perfection corpses. Even though he had been fighting for several hours, he was still full of energy at this moment. Who are you? Stop. At this moment, a great perfection expert stepped forward, wanting to stop Zichen. Zichen rode on his horse, and his speed was very fast. When he arrived in front of the great perfection expert, he pointed his finger and a sword chi shot out, slashing forward. You're courting death. The great perfection expert shouted and launched a powerful attack. Dazzling light flashed, and a terrifying aura rushed towards Zichen. Phut, the sword light was incomparably sharp. The great perfection expert was instantly cut in half along with his sword, and his internal organs spilled all over the ground. Stop. An expert suddenly flew up and blocked in front of Zichen. The long saber in his hand flashed and fell with terrifying killing intent. Boom. Zichen's punch was simple and direct. Golden light lit up the sky, and a powerful aura surged continuously. The opponent's weapon exploded with a crack, and then the fist light rushed toward the opponent, who was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, his vitality dissipating. When Zichen appeared, he was powerful and terrifying. He had already killed 2 consummate cultivators before he even got off his horse. Where did this kid come from? Die. The 2 cultivators sensed that something was wrong and turned to kill Zichen. Their eyes were cold, and their Xiantian true qi surged, surrounding Zichen. Golden light flashed in Zichen's hand, and 2 sharp sword qi appeared. They were like 2 sharp blades that could split the sky, one on the left and one on the right, and instantly rushed forward. Phut phut. The 2 great perfection experts fell into a pool of blood at the same time, and their bodies were penetrated by the golden sword qi. Kill. Kill. Zichen caused too much of a commotion. When the other great perfection experts saw this, they immediately turned around and turned to kill Zichen. Shouts rang out, and bright light filled the sky. Sharp battle techniques were launched at Zichen. Thunderbolt finger. Zichen sat on the horse and a seal appeared in his hand. This was the seal of Thunderbolt finger. It was very powerful and was used as a killing move before. As the last seal fell, rays of golden light surged out from Zichen's body. Like bolts of lightning, they rushed in all directions with a terrifying aura. Several golden thunderbolts appeared with a terrifying aura and rushed towards the great perfection experts. Boom. 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 There was a violent explosion as the golden thunderbolts exploded with unparalleled power. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust rose. Shrill screams were heard, and they were filled with horror. The world was silent, and there was only a large patch of golden light that was dazzling. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the great perfection experts fell to the ground, and their vitality dissipated. What a terrifying battle power! He killed several great perfection experts with a raise of his hand. Only a genius of the era can have such battle power. Everyone was extremely shocked, and the sound of people gasping was heard. One had to know that these were all great perfection experts who had reached the end of the carnate level. Once they broke through again, they would reach the true energy realm. However, such existences were killed so easily. Seeing Zi Chen use this move, Wang Shan widened his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 197. Zi Chen attacked aggressively and killed more than 10 great fulfillment cultivators. He was powerful and terrifying. He sat on the back of the black-scaled horse king and swept his gaze over the crowd. His calm eyes were like an ancient well, but they made everyone tremble. However, no one was as excited as Wang Shan. Did you see that? That move is very familiar. I think you've seen it somewhere before. Wang Shan looked at his subordinates and asked anxiously. Yes, it's very familiar. The knight nodded. Where did you see it? Wang Shan asked as if he had discovered a great secret. In the periphery. Chen Long used that move to blast us away. The knight smiled bitterly. Ah! Wang Shan was dumbfounded. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. No. Wang Shan's expression changed. The first time I saw that move, it was not in the periphery. But it was different. It was silver. Wang Shan thought of Zi Chen because Zi Chen had a great influence on him. Zi Chen had almost killed him. All along, Zi Chen had been Wang Shan's nightmare. Did you see that? Young people should be so decisive. Look at you. You couldn't bear to kill them and were forced to do so. Look at Chen Long. He acted decisively and shocked everyone. Zi Chen killed more than 10 great fulfillment experts easily. Everyone was shocked and did not send any more experts forward. Young people nowadays are indeed extraordinary. Of course, there are not many like Chen Long. The old man nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Chen Long, what do you mean? In the distance, Wu Xiong asked coldly, his eyes flashing coldly. What do I mean? Wu Xiong, you killed my friend Miao Kong first. Now you're attacking my two friends. It's good that I didn't ask you what you mean. You're asking me back. Zi Chen replied coldly. That's right. You bunch of little bastards. Why did you try to kill us? You don't put me in your eyes. Don't tell me you don't put Chen Long in your eyes. He's my friend. The old man said proudly. Didn't you say we're not friends? The big man asked softly. Shut up. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. This old fellow was really asking for a beating. By speaking at this moment, wasn't he clearly adding fuel to the fire? First, you stopped me from killing Miao Kong. Then, you stopped me from killing these two. Chen Long, you clearly want to go against me, Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong's eyes were filled with killing intent. You killed my friend, and now you're accusing me of going against you. Wu Xiong, you're really a villain who cries first. Zi Chen sneered. If that's the case, then you must get involved in this matter. Of course. If you have the ability to make a move today, then bring it on. If there's one, I'll kill one. If there's a group, I'll kill a group. Zi Chen's voice was cold and filled with pride. Hiss, what arrogance. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were thousands of people here, yet Zi Chen dared to speak like this. Shameless boasting. You're just a little rogue cultivator. How dare you go against us, the martial ancestor? Today, I, Wu Ming, will kill you. A young man at the Great Fulfillment urged his beast and rushed out of the crowd towards Zi Chen. Is he courting death? Chen Long's strength is so strong. Someone whispered. If a genius like Wu Xiong didn't appear, who would be able to compete with him? Swoosh. Light flashed in Zi Chen's hand, and seals appeared. Then, a golden sword appeared like a waterfall. It was more than 10 meters long and rushed towards Wu Ming. Ha! Wu Ming shouted. As someone who cultivated the Wu Zongjue, the aura around him was stronger than ordinary great perfection earthly sovereigns. He had always considered himself a genius. At this moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and a brilliant light appeared, blocking the sword in front of him. Puff! The light flashed and was cut by the golden sword. Then, the sword flashed through Wu Ming's body, and he and his beast were cut in two. Wu Ming, who cultivated the martial ancestor, was cut in half in an instant. Wu Xiong's expression became more dignified. He knew Wu Ming's combat strength very well, but he was killed in one blow. Did you see that? Did you see that? Does this move feel familiar? Wang Shan became excited again. No. Everyone shook their heads. Why not? Didn't you notice that it's very similar to the Green Peak Cut? Wang Shan asked. Green Peak Cut? How is it possible? That's the highest secret skill of our Yunxia city. No one can learn it except the direct descendants. The rider laughed. Ah! Wang Shan was stunned and almost blurted it out. Zi Chen had beheaded Wu Ming with a single strike. This caused some of the restless experts to shrink back like turtles. Whoever kills Chen Long for me will be rewarded with 1,000 vitality stones. Wu Xiong's indifferent voice resounded in the open space. There were thousands of inborn experts here. Many of them were not from the major forces. With such a great reward, there would definitely be brave men, let alone 1,000 vitality stones, which was an extremely high number. It should be known that an ordinary inborn expert would be considered rich if he had a few vitality stones. This kind of thing was originally prepared for the true energy realm. Kill. A battle cry sounded, and a peak stage cultivator rushed out. 1,000 vitality stones reward was tempting even for a true energy realm expert, let alone an inborn expert. Kill. Another battle cry sounded, and a late-stage inborn expert appeared. He held a long saber and walked out from behind a major force. Kill. Kill. More battle cries sounded. With such a great reward, there would definitely be brave men. Just as Wu Xiong's voice fell, dozens of cultivators rushed out from the thousands of people. They rushed towards Zi Chen with murderous intent. You're courting death. Zi Chen sat motionless on the black scale horse, but his eyes became colder. Dozens of people appeared from all directions and rushed towards Zi Chen. Fart. Zi Chen nodded his head. A beam of sword chi appeared and a cultivator fell. Bang! He threw a punch, and a golden light overflowed. An expert who was high in the air was sent flying. Dong! The fist was like a heavy hammer, and a cultivator was killed along with his weapon. This was a massacre. Everyone was in Zi Chen's hands, unable to make a second move. They were all killed in one move. Kill. More and more people rushed up, not fearing death. In their eyes, there was only the shining primordial stones. Sigh, why bother? 1,000 vitality stones? You have to be alive to get it. The old man and the burly man stood together again. They were not loyal and did not attack. At this moment, the two of them shook their heads and sighed, criticizing these fearless people. There's killing intent in Wu Xiong's eyes, but he doesn't dare to attack because he's afraid of Chen Long's strength. Now, he wants to use these greedy guys to exhaust Zi Chen's true chi, the old man said lightly. However, he obviously miscalculated. Chen Long is not human. It's dozens of times more difficult to exhaust him to death than to exhaust a beast. The burly man also shook his head. Fart. A bloody light appeared and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood kept spurting out. Swoosh. A sharp blade appeared. It was at least a dozen meters long and shone with a golden light. It flew overhead, and those cultivators in the air were instantly cut in half. They died without a complete corpse. The massacre continued, and many cultivators were not afraid of death. On the ground, corpses were lying on the ground. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the scene was extremely bloody. Zi Chen's eyes were calm. Golden light flashed in his hand, and each attack took the life of one or several people. Everyone was scared and their attacks slowed down. At this moment, Wu Xiong spoke again, he's about to die. I'll give 2,000 primordial stones to anyone who can kill him. 2,000 primordial stones was doubled. Like a cardiac stimulant, killing intent rose in everyone's eyes again, and they rushed forward again. But it was still a massacre. There were more than 100 corpses lying on the ground, and the number was still increasing. Blood gathered into a small river and flowed out. Demon, he killed so many people without even blinking. He's really a murderous demon. These are all fresh lives, and he killed them just like that. How cold and heartless. Some people exclaimed, their eyes full of fear. What demon? Don't you fight back when you're killed? These people are greedy for primordial stones and want to kill Chen Long. They deserve to be killed. Some people objected, saying that these people deserved to die. But he can't kill so many people. Idiot, if he doesn't kill, is he waiting to be killed? Some people began to argue. Fat, a perfected stage cultivator, was beheaded in one strike, and blood spurted out. Zi Chen was like a god of war, born to fight. His eyes were calm, and there were no ripples. Fresh lives fell in his hands. He was no longer a young boy. He had no mercy for these people who came to die. As long as they dared to come, he dared to kill them. Swoosh. The green peak slash appeared again, turning into a sword blade that shone with golden light. Wherever it passed, several cultivators were killed, and they didn't even have time to scream. This was a day of blood. The yellow earth had turned completely red, and blood and broken corpses were everywhere. The scene was very tragic, and some cultivators couldn't help but retch. After killing nearly 200 people, no more cultivators rushed out from the crowd. Hundreds of corpses were lying on the ground, and it was shocking. Demon. You're a demon. Go. The fear in the hearts of the cultivators that surrounded Zi Chen finally extinguished their greed. They were scared and retreated in fear. You're only thinking of leaving now. For the first time, Zi Chen's expression changed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, he was here to intimidate and kill. For the first time, his figure left the black-scaled horse king. He stepped over the corpses and rushed towards the people who were running away. He turned into a ray of golden light and was as fast as lightning. Fat. A cultivator's head was penetrated by the sword aura. Boom. There was a loud noise and the world shook. Another person died. Demon, you're a murderous demon. Go away. A cultivator was terrified. He swung the sword in his hand and slashed at Zi Chen. Fat. A ray of sword aura penetrated the cultivator's forehead first. You're only at the early stage of the carnate level. How dare you attack me? Zi Chen's eyes became colder. Those who rushed out weren't all perfected stage cultivators. There were also some early stage and mid-stage carnate level cultivators. They were all there to see if there was any hope of a sneak attack. More than a dozen cultivators were killed one after another. None of them survived. Zi Chen once again sat on the black-scaled horse. There were corpses all around him, and blood flowed into a small river. This was a place of carnage. No one dared to go forward. Zi Chen had frightened thousands of people by himself. What was even more frightening was that from beginning to end, not a single person was able to get close to Zi Chen and leave a single wound on his body. I'll pay 5,000 essence stones for killing Chen Long. Chapter 198. 5,000 yuan stones. This was something that could move the hearts of even the people of large powers. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely attract the attention of many true yuan experts. But here, they could only sigh. Zi Chen's strength told them one thing: no matter how many yuan stones there were, you had to be alive to take them and be alive to spend them. When there was a great reward, there would always be a brave man. This saying had lost its effect at this moment. No one dared to step forward. Looking at Zi Chen made them feel as if they were looking at a demon. They could already see that although this young man was young, he had a ruthless heart. Those who had been greedy and regretted their actions and wanted to leave had all been killed by him one by one. 6,000 yuan stones. Wu Xiong's pale voice rang out in front of the huge valley. No one answered. Only 6,000 yuan stones echoed. 7,000 yuan stones. No one spoke. No one was willing to throw away their lives. 10,000 yuan stones. This was a sky-high price that made many people gasp. But still, no one made a move. Because this number was too terrifying. Even if someone killed Zi Chen, would they be able to take 10,000 yuan stones from Wu Xiong? Everyone was completely frightened by this number. Wu Xiong, don't waste your energy. If you have the ability, then go ahead. Zi Chen's voice was indifferent. You only know how to be a coward. Using some yuan stones to trick some greedy people, is there any meaning to it? Zi Chen's words were like a blow to the head, waking up those greedy people. Good Chen Long. I was kind enough to invite you that day. I thought so highly of you, but I didn't expect you to go against me. Very good. Since you're so heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless, said Wu Xiong. All right, enough nonsense. Are all of you big powers so shameless? You obviously want to attack, but you have to say such high-sounding words. You talk about your own benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but you're only willing to attack when others are completely evil. Zi Chen sneered. Friendship. What kind of mother*king friendship do I have with you? Why didn't you say that when you offered to buy my life earlier? Zi Chen took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. His hair fluttered in the wind as a terrifying aura began to brew. Today, either you die or you die. Just do it. I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. Zi Chen said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. This was a challenge to Wu Xiong, as well as the entire martial ancestor. This Chen Long is so scary. He doesn't even put Wu Xiong in his eyes. Is there going to be a battle between geniuses? As he took a step forward, heaven and earth shook. A merciless killing intent rushed towards Wu Xiong. Good, good, good. Wu Xiong said good 3 times, but he was so angry that his face turned ashen. Chen Long, since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Wu Xiong tapped his foot and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Zi Chen. The aura of the great fulfillment burst out from his body. You're the one who's going to die. Zi Chen also turned into a ray of golden light, rushing towards Wu Xiong. The 2 rays of light, with terrifying auras, collided violently. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and the world trembled. Zi Chen turned into a ray of golden light, and his body shook slightly. On the other hand, Wu Xiong took a few big steps back. Hiss! In one exchange, Wu Xiong was obviously at a disadvantage. The sound of people gasping could be heard. This Chen Long is so scary. He was already exhausted in the previous battle, but now he's not at a disadvantage. What terrifying strength, what a terrifying constitution. The crowd was amazed and shocked. Go to hell. Wu Xiong's body was full of murderous intent, and a terrifying aura surged. He waved his hand and struck out a terrifying blow. Boom! The sky trembled, and a huge palm print appeared. It was as black as ink, flowing with a terrifying aura, and suddenly fell. This was the palm of destruction, a terrifying battle technique of the martial ancestor technique. Zi Chen looked up, his body shining with golden light. He clenched his fists, and in an instant, 2 rays of light broke through the sky. The golden light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom! With a loud sound, the world trembled as if doomsday had arrived. The palm print exploded under the light of the fist, turning into the energy of heaven and earth and disappearing. Blade of destruction! Wu Xiong shouted. The world suddenly darkened as if doomsday had arrived. The dark light filled the sky, and a thick blade appeared out of thin air, slashing towards Zi Chen's head with terrifying power. Swoosh! In Zi Chen's hand, there was a flash of light and a long sword appeared. This was an ice-cold sword. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Kai holding the long sword, he slashed towards the air. A cold sword chi broke through the air and collided with the blade. This was a fierce battle, and both sides were extremely powerful. The martial ancestor technique of the martial ancestor technique was very famous. It was a powerful secret manual, and there were many killing techniques in it. It was as famous as the Qingxia secret manual. During this time, Wu Xiong displayed his powerful battle skills. Any great perfection cultivator would be instantly killed if they tried to attack him. But against Zi Chen, these powerful killing techniques couldn't exert their full power. Zi Chen's body was shining with golden light, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. He held the sword in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist, and attacked fiercely. Boom! Every attack of Wu Xiong was easily countered by Zi Chen. The latter stepped forward, and the world shook. He was like a giant. Boom! With one punch, the heavens and earth trembled. Ripples appeared in the space. Zi Chen's powerful physical body was extremely terrifying. All of Wu Xiong's attacks could not get close to him. Zi Chen seemed to be invulnerable. "Take my punch," Wu Xiong shouted. He clenched his right fist, and dark light surged. He punched towards Zi Chen. The fist aura appeared. It was as black as ink and carried a terrifying aura. It detonated the air and made an ear-piercing explosion. This was an extremely powerful punch called the Shattering Fist, which meant that nothing could not be destroyed. It was extremely powerful. Boom! Zi Chen also punched. Golden light surged, and half of the sky was golden. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The fist aura appeared like a mountain. This was a fusion punch, and it was equally powerful. Bang! The two fists collided, and there was a terrifying explosion. Boundless airwaves surged, and a destructive aura circulated. Swoosh! Zi Chen flashed and finally got close to Wu Xiong. He slashed out a sharp sword chi, and at the same time, punched fiercely. Boom! In Wu Xiong's hand, the long blade was as black as ink. It swallowed and spat out scattered light. He slashed out and blocked the sword chi, but he was also pushed back by the impact. As for Zi Chen's fist aura, it almost injured Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong retreated. His blood was boiling, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was known as a genius, and he had defeated almost all of the people at the same level as martial ancestor. But today, he was suppressed by Chen Long, who was one level lower than him. How terrifying! He is indeed a barbarian. This kind of combat power is definitely monstrous. He has fought continuously, and now he is suppressing Wu Xiong. Everyone was amazed. Some of the geniuses' eyes flashed. They knew that they might not be able to perform better than Wu Xiong when facing Zi Chen. "Now, I will send you on your way." Shameless boasting. The two charged again. Terrifying auras kept surging, and powerful combat skills were used. Destruction cut. Qingfeng cut. All kinds of combat skills kept clashing. The surging energy kept rolling, and a storm was formed out of thin air. Go to hell. In the end, the two collided again like two meteorites. Then, there was a loud bang. A destructive storm with the two as the center spread out. Blood splashed, and Wu Xiong was sent flying. His hair was disheveled, and his whole arm was dripping with blood. His palm was spasming, and blood dripped down. Wu Xiong was injured by Zi Chen's perfect body. Wu Xiong is injured. Am I seeing things? Chen Long, who has been fighting for a long time, actually injured Wu Xiong. Die. Zi Chen was surrounded by golden light. He stared coldly at Wu Xiong. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lightning appeared under his feet, and he rushed toward Wu Xiong. "You are the one who is going to die." Wu Xiong gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. The sword light carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. Clang. This time, Zi Chen did not block with his sword. Instead, he used his fist. His fist emitting golden light was like a divine hammer. It hit the blade. A huge force was transmitted through the blade, and Wu Xiong was sent flying. What? He blocked Wu Xiong's attack with his fist. How terrifying is his body? Although that weapon is not a spiritual weapon, it is not an ordinary one. It can cut through iron like mud, but it did not kill Chen Long. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Chen Long's physique was really terrifying. Boom. In the end, Zi Chen stepped on the lightning and rushed toward Wu Xiong like a bolt of lightning. He attacked fiercely. Golden light flashed continuously with a terrifying aura. Wu Xiong was like a sandbag. He was sent dozens of meters away, coughing up blood. You! Wu Xiong's expression changed. He coughed up blood. He did not expect Zichen to be so powerful. Go to hell! Zichen did not show mercy. He rushed toward Wu Xiong in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! Bang! He put away his sword and clenched his fists. His attacks fell like raindrops. After dozens of punches, Wu Xiong was sent flying again. I don't believe it. Wu Xiong was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was ferocious. Under the gaze of thousands of people, he felt humiliated. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. Boom! This time, Wu Xiong held on for a shorter time. His mind was in a mess. After a few moves, he was sent flying again by Zichen. Slap! At the same time, Zichen's figure flashed and he swung his palms. Palm imprints continuously fell, emitting a series of slapping sounds. Zichen's hand moved like lightning, and before Wu Xiong could react, he had already slapped Wu Xiong more than 10 times. Am I seeing things? Wu Xiong was not only defeated, but also slapped. This Zichen is too terrifying. His combat strength is so tyrannical. Everyone was speechless. Under their shocked gazes, Zichen rushed toward Wu Xiong again, using his killer moves. Bang! With a punch, Wu Xiong was sent flying and coughing up blood. Dong! The powerful attack was displayed. Wu Xiong's bones cracked. Wu Xiong was very embarrassed. He was being chased by Zichen, coughing up blood. His hair was disheveled, and he no longer had any dignity. Go to hell! Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The long sword in his hand appeared again. It turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Wu Xiong's forehead. This was a sure-kill attack. Zichen had the intention to kill. Boom! Chapter 199. Wu Xiong had been suppressed by Zichen the entire time. His bones cracked, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Under thousands of shocked gazes, Wu Xiong could be said to have lost all face. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he struck out a killing blow with the ice sword in his hand. He's going to kill him. Looks like Wu Xiong is really going to kill Wu Xiong. Everyone's expression changed, and they exclaimed. At this moment, Wu Xiong was injured, and the latter had no chance to react. Boom! Seeing that Wu Xiong was about to die under Zichen's sword, a violent aura suddenly emerged from Wu Xiong's body. This aura was like the sea, and it was extremely terrifying. Zichen, who had been calm all this time, was also shocked when he sensed this aura. Forbidden weapon. Zichen's expression changed drastically. He slowed down his attack, and at the same time, he retreated quickly. You want to leave now? It's too late. Wu Xiong's vicious voice sounded. He looked up at Zichen, and his eyes were extremely red, as if he had lost his mind. A huge sword appeared in his hand. This huge sword was a forbidden weapon, and a terrifying aura was flowing on its surface. This aura was far beyond what an inborn expert could withstand. Go to hell! Wu Xiong's crazy eyes were filled with murderous intent. He held the forbidden weapon and slashed at Zichen fiercely. Swoosh! A terrifying sword qi that was hundreds of meters long pierced through the void and slashed at Zichen. This was an all-out attack. An inborn expert could unleash the strongest attack of a forbidden weapon. Bang! In a hurry, Zichen blocked with the ice sword in his hand. However, wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. Cracks appeared on the sword, and it finally exploded with a bang. A sword of ice that was comparable to the raging flame sword exploded just like that. However, the sword light was still terrifying, and it was still rushing at Zichen crazily. Swoosh! Zichen stepped on the 9 passing thunderbolts and turned into a streak of golden light as he retreated. In front of him was a stream of sword qi that chased after him. Green peak slash! Zichen flew back and formed a seal with his hands. A huge golden blade appeared and rushed towards the sword qi. Bang! The sword blade exploded, and everything that came into contact with the sword qi was destroyed. Green peak seal! With a honglong sound, the heavens trembled. An enormous golden imprint descended, releasing a terrifying aura. It was like a mountain as it pressed down on the heavens. Pu. With a flash of sword chi, the golden seal was split into two and dissipated into energy. During this period of time, Chen shot out beams of golden sword light. However, as soon as they came into contact with the sword chi, they dissipated. Forbidden artifact. This is a forbidden artifact. He actually used a forbidden artifact. Only after Chen sent out several attacks did the crowd react. They all cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with fear. They had never imagined that Wu Xiong, who was forced into a corner, would actually use a forbidden artifact so decisively. Boom! The sword chi was raging, determined to kill Chen. Wherever it passed, a huge crack appeared on the ground. Although Chen had already noticed it and retreated in advance, the sword chi was still about to catch up with him. Kid, diamond. At this moment, the old man shouted. Buzz. In Chen's hand, a fist-sized diamond appeared. The surface of the diamond was emitting a faint golden light. It was extremely heavy. At this moment, Chen held it in his hand and threw it towards the sword chi. At this moment, Chen chose to take the initiative to attack. At the same time, Chen clenched his left fist and a bright golden light burst out, striking towards the sword chi from the side. Boom! In front of thousands of shocked gazes, the sword chi struck Chen, resulting in a heaven-shaking explosion. The entire world seemed to tremble as a terrifying aura spread out. The ground cracked open, giving off cracking sounds as fissures spread out for hundreds of meters. This was a terrifying collision. Who in the world could resist a forbidden weapon? That's a forbidden weapon. What a pity. A monster has fallen just like that. Yeah, that's a forbidden weapon. Only true energy realm experts can exert some of its power. It's a waste to leave it in the hands of an innate expert. It's even more wasteful to use it to kill an innate expert. A monster of a generation has fallen in the end. Looking at the battlefield full of smoke and dust, everyone sighed, their eyes full of pity. No one thought that Chen was still alive. Miao Kong's face was pale, and Su Mengyaro was already crying. The attack of such a forbidden weapon was much stronger than that of Chu Fei's sneak attack. Kang He, Li Hue, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. No one thought that Chen Long was still alive. Who in the world could resist a forbidden weapon? Is he dead? The old man and the burly man were also uncertain. Two pairs of eyes stared at the battlefield. At this moment, the smoke and dust dissipated. A young man in tattered clothes stood in the middle of the battlefield. His body was covered in blood, but his body was still standing. His face was covered in dust, but his pair of black gemstone-like eyes were shining brightly. In his hand, he was holding a pale golden stone. But at this moment, the surface of the stone was dyed red with blood. What? He's still alive. He's still alive after taking a blow from a forbidden weapon. Everyone was shocked. They were tongue-tied and couldn't believe it. You're still alive. Even Wu Xiong, who was holding the forbidden weapon, looked at Chen as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, cracks appeared on his forbidden weapon, proving that he had used it once. None of this was an illusion. The cracks on the forbidden weapon clearly told him that he had used it once before, but he didn't kill Chen Long. Chen grinned as if he was laughing. Many wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. In his heart, an endless amount of energy rushed into his body, quickly healing his injuries. It could be said that although Chen seemed to be in a sorry state, he still had the strength to fight. That's a diamond that has lost its gold essence. His Chen Zi. Li Hue exclaimed. His eyes were sharp, and he recognized the diamond that was stained with blood. Moreover, someone had warned him before. As soon as his words fell, it was like a bomb had exploded in the crowd. It caused a huge uproar, and it was even bigger than when they resisted the forbidden weapon. Chen Long is actually Chen Zi. Everyone's expression changed. Before Chen Long came to this space, he was unknown. No one knew him, and no one had heard of him. On the other hand, Chen Zi was famous. He had killed a true energy realm expert when he was in the Xiantian realm, and rushed out of the encirclement. Chen Zi, his Chen Zi, the monster that made the Chen family live in fear. Oh my god, So Chen Long is Chen Zi. Everyone was shocked. Obviously, this matter was out of their expectations. Chen Long was Chen Zi, the monster that beat up Chen Feng and Ling Yun, the monster that fought with evil good monk, and the monster that killed a true energy realm expert when he was in the Xiantian realm. Brother-in-law. However, among the exclamations, there was a sharp voice, as if someone had stepped on his tail. It was sharp and frightened. Everyone turned their heads and saw a frightened Wang Shan. His expression was one of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. If the Thunderbolt Finger was a coincidence, then the Qingfeng Chop and Qingfeng Seal were definitely not a coincidence. Now, Wang Shan was 100% sure that the young man in front of him was Zi Chen. Oh my god, he's still alive. Wang Shan was shocked. In a moment of panic, he blurted out, "Brother-in-law." Everyone who knew Wang Shan was a little surprised. In Yunxia City, Wang Shan had beaten others until they called him brother-in-law. They had never seen him call anyone that, but today he had lost his composure. Bah, bah. Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Shan wanted to slap himself a few times. After spitting on the ground, he pointed at Zi Chen and said, "His Zi Chen. I'm sure that his Zi Chen from the Nimbus martial ancestor." Zi Chen? Who's Zi Chen? Everyone was stunned and didn't react. But in the next moment, it was as if tens of thousands of tons of explosives had exploded. The crowd was in an uproar, and it was like a huge wave, each wave higher than the previous one. Zi Chen, the core disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor, was an unknown person. However, after the martial ancestor destroyed the Nimbus martial ancestor, this young man became famous. In the true energy realm, he killed a Xiantian realm expert and a true energy realm expert. He tore apart a giant rock with his bare hands and split a Xiantian realm expert. The martial ancestor suffered a great loss because of this. He was chased all the way to the Thunder territory, but miraculously survived, and his strength increased greatly. With his own strength, he offended 3 forces and was hunted down. During this time, he captured Wang Shan and broke his teeth before entering the silent jungle. This was a young man full of miracles. A year ago, he was very famous, and almost everyone knew him. For thousands of years, the 3 forces had never suffered such a great loss, not to mention it was in the hands of a small figure. Everyone said that Zi Chen was dead, but today, Wang Shan testified that Zi Chen was still alive, and he was right in front of them. Zi Chen, is he really Zi Chen? Everyone was shocked. Zi Chen had killed a true energy realm expert when he was in the true energy realm. This battle record was really terrifying. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man who was covered in blood. Was such a monstrous genius really the Zi Chen from before? At this moment, even the old man and the big man were shocked. You didn't hesitate to offend the major forces to save Miao Kong and Su Mengyao. If you're not Zi Chen, who else can you be? Wang Shan said coldly when he saw Zi Chen looking at him. Zi Chen grinned, revealing his bloody teeth. He didn't quibble. His bones cracked, and he turned into Zi Chen. It's really you. I should have guessed it earlier. Although he had guessed it, seeing Zi Chen turn into Zi Chen, Wang Shan was shocked. Zi Chen, his Zi Chen. He looks younger than Chen Long. Apart from Wang Shan, almost no one had seen Zi Chen before. At this moment, seeing Zi Chen show his true form, they were all shocked. Zi Chen, his Zi Chen. The expressions of Kang He and the others turned extremely grave. They never imagined that this person would be present when they were talking about Zi Chen in the guest house. It's really him. I didn't expect him to have grown to such an extent. Wu Hong sighed when he saw Zi Chen in the crowd. Wang Shan, I didn't expect your memory to be so good. You still remember me. Why don't you call me brother-in-law? Zi Chen looked at Wang Shan and laughed. At this moment, the wounds on his body were slowly healing. Chapter 200. The fact that Chen Long was Chen Zi was already surprising and shocking. But they never would have thought that Chen Zi was actually Zi Chen. This was even more surprising. Zi Chen stood alone in the valley. Not only was he not worried when his identity was exposed, he even looked at Wang Shan and smiled. Come, let me hear you call me brother-in-law. Everyone blushed with shame. It had to be known that all 3 powers were here today. Moreover, Wu Xiong had already taken out a forbidden weapon. The other two powers would naturally have their own as well. But Zi Chen was still talking and smiling. This kind of confidence and calmness would be forever engraved in everyone's hearts. His demeanor of taking the forbidden weapon with his bare hands would also be engraved in everyone's minds. Fut Wang Shan spat and shouted, "Zi Chen, if I, Wang Shan, meet you today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." "You think you can?" Zi Chen smiled faintly. He didn't care at all and joked, "What? Now that you have someone behind you, you're not calling me brother-in-law anymore?" "Shut up," Wang Shan angrily rebuked. Being in the silent jungle was the greatest humiliation of his life. Wu Xiong's expression changed again and again. The forbidden weapon actually didn't kill Zi Chen. This was beyond his expectations. If he used the forbidden weapon again, he would be reluctant to do so. This thing would be of great use to him. Kang He and Li Hue were watching from the side. Zi Chen didn't have any conflicts with them. At this moment, the more powerful he appeared, the better. It would be best if he could let Wang Shan and Wu Xiong use up all the uses of the forbidden weapon. "Zi Chen, you're Zi Chen." Wu Xiong clenched his teeth. The forbidden weapon in his hand trembled. "What? You want to use the forbidden weapon? Then come. I'll accompany you to the end." Zi Chen sneered. He still appeared very powerful. His clothes were tattered, but he still had a strong self-confidence. "You want me to use a forbidden artifact? Are you trying to raise your status? Are you even worthy?" A cold light flickered in Wu Xiong's eyes as he shouted at his subordinates. Zi Chen was hit by a forbidden weapon and is already at the end of his rope. He is a great enemy of our martial ancestor. Quickly kill him. Yes. Several paragons nodded, then walked out of the crowd and rushed towards Zi Chen. Previously, the hundreds of people Zi Chen had killed were all rogue cultivators. The people from the real big powers had not moved at all. They had just been watching the show. "Sir, what should we do?" The martial ancestor had already sent out a strong warrior. A knight whispered in Wang Shan's ear. "What do you think we should do?" Wang Shan glared at him. "We should." A cold light flashed in the knight's eyes as he made a throat-slitting gesture. "Bah, are you an idiot? Do you know that you're courting death? If it was Chen Long, I would have let you guys take action, but it's Zi Chen. That guy is very cunning, and he's good at scheming." Back then, the Wu Zong sect sent out the Imperial Flight Technique, but they still couldn't kill a puny True Energy Realm martial artist like him. "But he has a great treasure on him." "Bah, even if there's a great treasure, is it something you can covet? Look at Kang He and Li Hue, they look so calm. Let me tell you, no great treasure can compare to the inheritance here." Wang Shan berated in a low voice. "Right now, they can't wait for us to fight to the death with Zi Chen. Don't go against Zi Chen. This guy is very tough. Wu Xiong doesn't know about Zi Chen's background and sent these people to kill him." Wang Shan sneered. "That's like throwing meat buns at a dog." Swoosh. Just as Wang Shan's voice fell, Zi Chen's hand seals appeared again. A sharp golden blade appeared and flashed away. Qing Feng slash. The attack of Yunxia City was very powerful. Poof. The blade was extremely sharp. With a sweep, a great fulfillment cultivator's head flew. His face was still full of shock. The headless body spurted blood and was instantly killed. At this moment, Zi Chen was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled, and he looked very embarrassed. But his attacks were still sharp. Boom. He stood in place, motionless, and threw out a punch. The dazzling golden light illuminated the world. A cultivator's chest caved in, and his vitality disappeared. Poof. The sword light swept out like lightning. With extreme speed, it slashed at a great fulfillment cultivator. The latter resisted desperately, but he was still cut by the sword light. Another one died. Several great fulfillment cultivators died before they could get close to him. This was Zi Chen, who was extremely embarrassed after taking the attack of the forbidden weapon. His powerful combat strength shocked everyone again. The remaining few great fulfillment cultivators couldn't help but slow down. There was fear in their eyes. Zi Chen seemed to be fine. He didn't seem to have consumed any energy at all. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled. A huge golden seal appeared. This was the Qingfeng seal of Yunxia City. Under the golden thunder spiritual qi, it completely covered its aura. Almost no one could recognize it except those who practiced the Yunxia secret codex. This was the attack of Yunxia City. It was very powerful. When the seal fell, it was like a mountain, and a terrible aura flowed. Boom! With a loud tremor, the last few people were slammed into the ground by the seal before they could even make a sound. How is this possible? Zichen blocked the attack of the forbidden weapon. Is he not injured? His attacks are still so sharp. Is he a monster? Everyone's expression changed. They found it hard to believe. Zichen's powerful combat strength was too terrifying. Wu Xiong's face was even more terrible. Zichen's powerful combat strength had deeply shocked him. At this moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. How terrifying. His Zichen, the person who the second miss can't forget but is hated by the Wang family. In the crowd, Liu Bo whispered. Martial Ancestor was in an awkward position at the moment. He could see the enemy in front of him, but he couldn't do anything to him. He killed hundreds of people in a row, defeated Wu Xiong, blocked the attack of the forbidden weapon with his bare hands, and now easily killed several great fulfillment cultivators. This kind of combat strength shocked everyone. No one dared to make a move. Martial Ancestor was so shocked that he didn't dare to make a move. As for the other force, Yunxia City, Wang Shan was shameless. He was joking with his subordinates as if he was blind and didn't see Zichen. Wu Xiong felt very sullen. He thought to himself, this is the Zichen you recognized on Royal Mountain. Why aren't you making a move now? If you use the forbidden artifact, Zichen will die. Wu Xiong looked at Wang Shan, but the latter didn't seem to notice. He was talking and laughing with his subordinates. This guy. Wu Xiong was unhappy and sullen. The humiliation he suffered today was destined to be unrepentant. Zichen stood in the middle of the field. No one dared to step forward. Wu Xiong glanced at the cultivators behind him, and they all avoided his eyes. Swoosh! A murderous intent appeared. The assassins of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, who hadn't appeared for a long time, appeared again. However, they didn't attack Zichen, but Miao Kong. A sharp blade appeared, carrying a monstrous murderous intent. Under the unity of man and sword, it rushed toward Miao Kong. The sudden change was out of everyone's expectations. At this moment, their focus was on Zichen. No one paid attention to Miao Kong. Buzz. At the same time, another sharp blade appeared. It flashed with cold light and stabbed toward Su Mengyao. The two assassins attacked Su Mengyao and Miao Kong respectively, killing them in one blow. You're courting death. Zichen's eyes flashed with cold light. He had already noticed this scene with his sharp intuition. A set of seals appeared in his hand. It was very simple, but there was a dazzling feeling of complexity. The old man and the burly man wanted to copy it, but no matter how Zichen demonstrated it, they couldn't copy it. Every time the seals appeared, there seemed to be a layer of fog on the surface of his body, preventing others from probing. Extreme Yang. As the seals fell, the golden lightning true qi in Zichen's abdomen was rapidly disappearing. A dazzling golden light appeared, carrying a blazing feeling, and rushed toward the two assassins. The golden light was very fast, causing the space to distort violently. It carried an extremely terrifying aura, and it landed on the two assassins. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated through the area as the boundless golden light collided with the bodies of the two assassins. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, the bodies of the two assassins exploded amidst the golden light. The golden light dissipated, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The two assassins who were incomparably powerful before were shattered by the golden light. Everyone was shocked, and they didn't know what to say. What a terrifying golden light. What a powerful battle skill. He still has such strength after fighting for so long. The major forces were shocked. Such an attack was really terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, everyone was really frightened. No one dared to move, and no one dared to have any ideas about Zichen. At least, They didn't dare to do so now. As long as the forbidden weapon didn't appear, Chen was invincible here. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the depths. The earth trembled as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The rumbling sound was like thunder. Oh no, the second restriction has been broken. The major forces' faces changed. They had been delayed here for a long time, and should have entered the depths earlier. Chen's appearance delayed their time to enter the depths. They never thought that the second restriction would be broken in such a short time. Lord, this is bad. The second restriction has been broken, and a secret codex has appeared. Right at this moment, a figure flew out from the depths of the mountain and shouted loudly from a great distance away. A secret codex has appeared. It's just the second restriction has been broken, and a secret codex has appeared. Everyone's face changed, and they were extremely tempted. Some had already begun to get restless, ready to abandon the major forces and go alone. Let's go. This inheritance is of great importance. Kang He waved his hand and led the group of experts away. At the same time, Li Hua also turned around. The second restriction has been broken, and a secret codex has appeared. Then, there will be an inheritance in the third restriction. This is indeed the trial ground for the core disciples. There's a secret codex in the second restriction. Everyone was tempted. At this moment, no one cared about Chen anymore. Compared to the battle, they obviously valued the secret codex and the inheritance more. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Wang Shan coldly glanced at Chen, then turned around and led the group into the depths. The black-scaled horse stomped on the ground, making rumbling sounds. At the same time, some people who were hiding in the dark also left one after another. Young master, look at us. Someone behind Wu Xiong asked. Chimph, I'll let him go today. He's going to die anyway. Wu Xiong coldly snorted, put away the forbidden weapon, and led the group away. The group began to move, making rumbling sounds. Kid, let's go as well. If we are lucky, we might be able to obtain the legacy. The old man walked over. Yeah, it's time for us to depart. Miao Kong and Su Mengyaro also stepped forward. P.S. Today is the fourth watch. Another week passed. Very soon, there was also a lot of worry. Because the chrysanthemum in front of them was still not exploding, there were people desperately chasing after them from behind. While I'm at it, I'm also here to ask for votes. While I'm at it, I'm also looking for a tall, rich, handsome, and beautiful woman to support me. I'm hardworking, sincere, and honest. I know how to write books, cook, and warm the bed. I'm a little handsome. We'll fight again next week, and we'll fight to the end. Chapter 201. A group of 5 people and 3 black-scaled horses headed towards the valley. Among them, Chen and Su Mengyaro rode on the same horse. Miao Kong rode on the same horse with the old man. The big man was tall and sturdy. He rode alone. Along the way, the only scene that Chen saw was the blood-stained ground and the corpses all over the ground. These were all people who came to search for treasures. They fought with demonic beasts and died in the end. Apart from humans, there were also demonic beasts. There were no less than hundreds of them. Blood dyed the ground red. It had long dried up and was reddish-brown. Everyone was going deeper at a fast speed. During this period, the group broke through 2 restrictions in succession. These were all broken with great force before. There was nothing left, only corpses all over the ground. And Chen found that all the corpses had been plundered by someone. When Chen and the others arrived, everything in the second layer of restrictions had been looted. Thousands of people were attacking the third layer of restrictions. Boom. Boom. Explosions sounded continuously. A group of experts were attacking the third layer of restrictions. Some people were killing each other to fight for the secret manuals. There were also some demonic beasts that were not dead. They were fighting fiercely with the cultivators. The scene was chaotic. Several major forces arrived and directly joined the battle, causing the rhythm of attacking the restrictions to become faster. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, causing the world to tremble. The third layer of restrictions was directly blasted open. Charge. The third layer of restrictions is broken. All the cultivators seemed to have gone crazy as they rushed inside. If the second layer had a secret manual, then what would the third layer have? As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of people. Everyone was pressing against each other. Chen and the other 4 could not rush to the front. Don't worry, there might not be anything good in the first few layers of restrictions. The old man saw that Chen was anxious and explained. Roar. A roar resounded through the world, and a violent aura appeared. Roar. Following that, loud roars could be heard one after another. The sound rolled like thunder, deafening everyone's ears. There are demonic beasts here. Heavens, a true energy realm demonic beast is guarding a weapon. Some cultivators exclaimed. Hurry up, it might be a spiritual weapon. Everyone became greedy and rushed forward. Spiritual weapons were weapons forged by spirit origin cultivators. They were known as magical weapons and were extremely powerful. Furthermore, there was no limit to the number of times they could be used. For the sake of the spirit weapons, everyone began to attack the demonic beasts. Roar. A roar rang out and a massive yarrow beast swung its claws down. It brought with it a terrifying aura and 2 cultivators were instantly struck to death. Pu. Immediately after that, even more cultivators stepped forward. Their sharp blades pierced through the yarrow beast's body and blood sprayed out like a river. For the sake of a spirit weapon, everyone had gone completely crazy. They continued to charge forward. Even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of swords in front of them, they had to charge forward. In the third layer of restrictions, there were many demonic beasts, but there were not many spirit weapons. There were only a few of them. Peng. The demonic beasts were extremely ferocious. With every strike, a cultivator would be killed. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. It was a tragic scene. Pu. At the same time, more and more cultivators stabbed their weapons into the bodies of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts fell to the ground dead. Roar. A black panther that was over 10 meters tall and had the strength of true energy realm let out a roar. Like a bolt of black lightning, it charged into the crowd and left behind a large number of corpses wherever it went. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen cultivators had died. Kill. Among the rogue cultivators, there were a few perfection stage cultivators. They wielded swords and sabers and charged towards the Black Panther. The shadows of swords and sabers flashed continuously. Pu. The Black Panther roared. Its eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Cultivators fell one after another. After charging forward, many bloody wounds appeared on its body. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the darkness. With the momentum of man and sword, he charged towards the Black Panther. This person had the strength of a perfection stage cultivator and was using the stealth sword art. Pu. The man and sword became one. Like a bolt of lightning, they instantly pierced through the Black Panther's forehead. Only the sword hilt was left. Roar. The Black Panther let out a roar. The moment the weapon was pulled out, it fell to the ground and died. With the death of the demonic beasts guarding the weapon, more cultivators shouted and charged towards the spirit weapon. Pu. 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 Another battle continued. This time, it was a battle between humans. For the sake of a spirit weapon, they all went crazy and stabbed their weapons into the bodies of the people around them. In the end, an assassin from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion who was good at assassination snatched the spirit treasure. It was a sword. When it was unsheathed, a clear and loud sword hum sounded. Damn it. It's not a spirit weapon. It's just a sharper weapon. The assassin who was bathed in blood cursed in exasperation. At the same time, the demonic beasts in other places were also killed and the weapons were snatched away. Realizing that it was not a spirit weapon, everyone was depressed. Some people even lost the mood to snatch it. Boom. The previous snatches were all from rogue cultivators. Those from the major factions all rushed towards the fourth layer of the seal and attacked with all their might. Just as the snatching on the third layer came to an end, the seal on the fourth layer was opened. Everyone rushed forward again. On the third layer, hundreds of corpses were left. Some of them were killed by demonic beasts, but most of them died in the hands of humans. On the fourth layer, everyone found another weapon. But this time, the weapon was without a scabbard. After the seal was broken, it shone with endless cold light and a strong murderous intent. This was not an ordinary weapon. Even if it was not a spirit weapon, it was definitely not inferior to the blazing sword and frost sword. It could be said to be able to cut through iron like mud. Everyone went crazy. Their eyes were shining with greed as they rushed forward. Even some of the major factions did the same. After a fierce battle, blood flowed into a small river. Here, there were even more human cultivators who died. Until all the weapons were snatched away and another round of pursuit, the battle finally ended when everyone felt that the snatching was fruitless. Boom. Then, the major factions attacked and the seal on the fifth layer collapsed. On the fifth layer, there were no weapons or demonic beasts. Instead, there were some pills. This was a peerless medicinal pill that could be called a treasure pill. Just one pill could heal all injuries. Among them, Wu Xiong snatched one. The injuries he suffered from the battle with Zi Chen were all healed. Boom. The seal on the sixth layer was forcefully broken. A terrifying aura escaped and a demonic beast comparable to the dragon tiger beast rushed out. There was only one demonic beast on this layer, but it was a true energy realm demonic beast. It was comparable to the dragon tiger beast and was very strong. Its body was huge, like a small mountain. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. After the seal was broken, a ruthless murderous intent surged out of its body. This was a demonic beast that had fallen into an eternal slumber. Now that the seal was broken, it was awakened. Its mission was to protect the item here. And what it was protecting was a weapon. It was a long spear that was shining with silver light. It emitted a murderous intent and an ancient aura. This was an ancient weapon. This time, everyone went crazy. This ancient weapon was very likely to be stronger than a spirit weapon. However, the powerful demonic beast was blocking the way. If they wanted to get the ancient weapon, they had to kill it first. Kill. Kill. The ancient weapon attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, even Kang He, Li Hue, Wang Shan, Wu Xiong and the others had greed in their eyes. They rushed towards the ancient weapon without caring about their lives. Roar. A roar that shook the mountains and rivers, and a rage that created rivers of blood. Zi Chen was well aware of the strength of the demonic beasts that were comparable to the dragon tiger beasts. A roar that shook the hearts of those who heard it, followed by the descent of its sharp claws, was a massacre. Puff. 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 With a simple attack, many people's heads were smashed. Its sharp claws were comparable to divine weapons. It was extremely terrifying. Countless saber and sword lights appeared and slashed towards the demonic beast. However, when they came into contact with its tough scales, sparks flew. At least half of the people here were unable to break through its defense. Puff. The demonic beast swept its claws and a large number of people died. This was a one-sided massacre. Without a forbidden weapon, no one could kill this demonic beast, not even Zi Chen. How terrifying. In the distance, Zi Chen exclaimed in surprise. The old man's eyes also flashed. Although he wanted to snatch the ancient weapon, when he saw the black mass of people, as well as those major powers who had sworn solemnly, Zi Chen consciously stayed behind. This is an ancient weapon. Its power is not weaker than a spiritual weapon. Moreover, it's a killing weapon. It's definitely a great treasure. The old man looked at the ancient weapon and sighed. In just a few breaths of time, a large portion of the black mass of people had disappeared. Too many cultivators had died. Roar. The giant beast's roar was deafening. Its huge body finally moved, charging into the crowd. With a single charge, a large number of people died. This was an existence comparable to the dragon tiger beast. Except for some geniuses, no one could withstand a single attack from the giant beast. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Without using a forbidden weapon, you want to kill this demonic beast. Dream on. The big man sneered. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared. A small flag flew up into the sky and shone brightly. That's a forbidden weapon. Someone used a forbidden weapon. Everyone's expression changed and retreated like a tide. They had seen the power of a forbidden weapon before. It was extremely terrifying. They were not Zi Chen who could block it with his bare hands. Moreover, the forbidden weapon was now in the sky. The attack was naturally indiscriminate. Whoever dared to go forward would be courting death. On the small flag, a light flashed, and then a ray of light surged out. At this moment, there seemed to be only this ray of light in the world. It seemed to be eternal. It streaked across the sky and fell from the sky with a destructive aura. Boom! Time seemed to have frozen. After a long time, there was a loud bang. The ray of light accurately landed on the giant beast's head. Roar! Blood splattered and a shrill roar sounded. Liu Bo used the forbidden weapon again. His control was much stronger, and he accurately hit the giant beast's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant beast's body that was comparable to a small mountain fell to the ground, splashing endless smoke and dust. Chapter 202. The flag fell from the sky and landed in Liu Bo's hand. At the same time, he took a step forward and grabbed the ancient weapon. Clang! He held the ancient weapon tightly and pulled it out. The bright light made everyone unable to open their eyes as a murderous aura filled the air. Ha ha! Liu Bo laughed heartily. It was worth it to exchange a forbidden weapon for an ancient weapon. As the long spear danced, a bright light bloomed and a murderous aura filled the air. Hualala! At this moment, a group of cultivators stepped forward and stared at the long spear in Liu Bo's hand. Protect the young master. Liu Bo's subordinates stepped forward and protected Liu Bo in the middle. Swoosh! A bone-piercing murderous aura appeared as an assassin from the assassin pavilion attacked. They were like assassins in the dark, always launching unexpected attacks. Clang! Liu Bo's eyes turned cold. He shook the long spear in his hand and stabbed forward like lightning. Puff! The assassin's heart was pierced. As the long spear was retracted, a blood arrow flew out and the assassin fell to the ground, dead. Haha, not bad. Liu Bo laughed. He was very satisfied with the ancient weapon. Liu Bo, it's you. Wang Shan walked up and was surprised to see Liu Bo. Young master Wang Shan, how have you been? Liu Bo smiled faintly. Both of them were from Yunxia City, so they naturally knew each other. Mph, don't give me that. Leave the ancient weapon and leave immediately. Wang Shan snorted. At the same time, the other forces also stepped forward and stared at Liu Bo. Leave the ancient weapon. Is this ancient weapon something you can take? Someone said, and a murderous aura locked onto Liu Bo. Why? You all want to snatch it. Liu Bo held the forbidden weapon in his left hand and the long spear in his right as he glanced at the crowd. We're not snatching it. We just feel that you don't deserve it. Kang he said faintly. Do you think you are worthy of this ancient weapon? Li Hua coldly asked. Put down the ancient weapon. Only I, Wang Shan, deserve it. Wang Shan was even more direct. If I'm not worthy, then are you all worthy? If you have the ability, then come and snatch it from me. With the forbidden artifact and ancient weapon in hand, Liu Bo was extremely confident. Liu Bo, don't make a mistake. Hand it over, and I'll guarantee that your Liu clan will prosper. Wang Shan's eyes turned cold. Wang Shan, don't be so arrogant. I'm afraid that even you can't guarantee that my Liu clan will be prosperous. Liu Bo sneered. Wang Shan really thought that he was a genius and that he was going to be the future city lord of Red Cloud City. Unfortunately, he really didn't put this self-proclaimed fourth genius of Red Cloud City in his eyes. You. Wang Shan was furious. At this moment, Liu Bo was already surrounded by the crowd. Behind him was the seventh layer of restrictions. The people who should have broken through the restrictions were instead eyeing the ancient weapon in Liu Bo's hands, especially Kang He and the others. Such an ancient artifact might even be stronger than a spirit artifact. Once one obtained it, one's fighting prowess would increase tremendously, and the chances of obtaining the inheritance would be even higher. Previously, their hearts ached for the forbidden artifacts and they were unwilling to make a move. Now that the demonic beasts were dead and Liu Bo was the only one left, they were naturally unwilling to give up the spirit artifacts. Zi Chen, where are you going? Su Mengyaro asked as Zi Chen jumped off the horse. Someone is getting restless and wants to take the ancient weapon. I'm going to see if there's a chance. Zi Chen whispered. His figure flashed and disappeared into the crowd. The people from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion are going to make a move. This ancient weapon is extraordinary and incomparably tough. It seems that their genius is going to make a move. The old man swept his gaze across the crowd, looking at the ordinary-looking people who were squeezing deeper into the crowd. There's also that martial ancestor kid. He's not being honest either. The big man added. Beside Wu Xiong, many cultivators spread out and approached Liu Bo, preparing to assassinate him. What? You want to make a move? Then come. Let me tell you, whoever dares to make a move on me today, I, Liu Bo, will use this forbidden artifact to kill him even if it means risking my life. Liu Bo waved the forbidden artifact in his hand and threatened. However, more and more cracks appeared on his forbidden artifact. It could only be used 2 more times. If he was not careful, it might explode after a powerful attack. Put down the ancient weapon and we'll let you go. Otherwise. Wang Shan was unwilling to give up. He could tell that this ancient weapon was much stronger than Lai Hua. That's right. The ancient weapon will be a disaster in your hands. Why don't you give it to me and I'll keep it for you? Li Hua took a step forward and said. Your forbidden artifact has many cracks. You can only make one last attack. After that, can you still keep the ancient weapon? You should hand it over as soon as possible. Kang He also forced Liu Bo to hand it over. Pooh. You bunch of shameless people. When we were dealing with the giant beast, each of you retreated further than the other. Now that I've killed the giant beast with my forbidden artifact, you're threatening me. What did you do earlier? Liu Bo was furious. Let me tell you, don't force me. Otherwise, I'll die together with you. The surrounding gazes were filled with hostility. Liu Bo knew that he would not be able to leave without leaving some threats. Liu Bo, you better think carefully. Wang Shan said coldly. Wang Shan, you dare to threaten me? Then let's die together. Liu Bo roared. The small flag in his hand soared into the sky once again, and a destructive aura emerged. You. Wang Shan's expression changed. He quickly retreated. With a flip of his hand, a mirror appeared in front of him to protect him. Haha, Li Hua, are you trying to snatch my ancient weapon? Come on then. Let's see who dies first. Liu Bo roared. The small flag trembled and pointed at Li Hua. The latter's expression turned ugly. He could not help but take a few steps back. Kang He, aren't you arrogant? Come on then. Let's die together. Liu Bo glanced at Kang He. This was a forbidden artifact. A single attack from it could kill someone. Kang He had no choice but to retreat. Ha ha. Liu Bo laughed. He was in the limelight today after forcing the leaders of the 3 forces to retreat with just a few words. You bunch of selfish bastards. You're waiting for others to use the forbidden artifact. Now, you're here to snatch it. Let me tell you, if you want my ancient weapon, then be prepared to withstand the attack of the forbidden artifact. The small flag above his head trembled, shocking everyone. At this moment, Liu Bo felt like he was the ruler of the world. He felt great. Suddenly, a monstrous killing intent appeared. The assassin from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion struck again. It was a surekill attack. You're courting death. Liu Bo roared. The long spear in his hand turned into a ray of light and slashed down. With a snap, the assassin's long sword was broken. At the same time, a dazzling spear light swept across the assassin's body. Another assassin died. Kai, however, before Liu Bo could rejoice, a few more killing intents surged out from the dark. Then, sharp blades pierced towards Liu Bo's guards. Puff. Puff. It happened so fast that no one could react. Moreover, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was famous for their surekill attack. Not everyone could dodge it like Zi Chen. In an instant, a few of Liu Bo's subordinates fell. As for the surekill assassins, they only needed one to die before retreating safely. Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Seeing his subordinates die, Liu Bo roared in anger. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. However, He did not see anyone familiar or suspicious. As for the leader of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, he did not see him at all. Kang He and the others were surprised. They did not expect the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion to strike under such circumstances. Obviously, they were determined to get the ancient weapon. Liu Bo, hand over the ancient weapon if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, your subordinates will all die. Li Hua said. That's right. Do you want to wait for all your subordinates to die before you hand over the ancient weapon? Someone questioned. Dream on. I'll never hand it over even if I die. Liu Bo gritted his teeth. These people were shameless. They did not attack earlier, but now they're here to snatch it. Swoosh. The assassins in the dark appeared again. Their murderous intent was boundless. It was another sure-kill attack. This time, 8 of them appeared and rushed from 8 different directions. 4 of them rushed towards Liu Bo's guards while the other 4 rushed towards Liu Bo. Puff. Puff. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. Liu Bo's last guard died, lying in a pool of blood. As for Liu Bo himself, there was a bloody wound on his shoulder. In front of him, there were 2 assassins' corpses. There was a commotion in the crowd. The assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were indeed terrifying. They killed all of Liu Bo's guards in just 2 attacks. At this moment, Liu Bo was just a general without an army. His chances of getting the ancient weapon were much higher. Many people began to get restless. Liu Bo, don't be stubborn. Which do you think is more important? Your life or the ancient weapon? Wang Shan shouted. Kang He and Li Hua were also very excited. Kill. Suddenly, a roar was heard again. Several great fulfillment cultivators rushed out, surging with boundless murderous intent towards Liu Bo. In Liu Bo's hand, the long spear flickered. The spear light emitted a cold light. Relying on the power of the ancient weapon, every attack would kill a great fulfillment cultivator. Swoosh. The long spear in Liu Bo's hand drew a semicircle. The spear light shot out and shattered many weapons. The great fulfillment cultivators were cut in half. With the ancient weapon, Liu Bo was powerful. Come again. Liu Bo held the long spear and seemed to have entered a state of madness. However, his deterrence was obviously not as strong as Zi Chen's. As soon as he finished speaking, more cultivators rushed forward. Puff. Puff. The spear light swept across. No one could withstand the second attack. The ancient weapon's power was strong. It could be said that it could really cut through iron like mud. All the weapons that came into contact with it were shattered. Crack. A sharp weapon that was comparable to the raging flame sword was shattered by the ancient weapon. The latter was a great fulfillment cultivator and his body was pierced by the spear light. What? At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The ancient weapon was so sharp that it could even break such a sharp weapon. In the crowd, Zi Chen's expression changed drastically. If such an ancient weapon was aimed at him, he would definitely break through his defense. Even with his strong physique, he would not be able to withstand such an ancient weapon. Kaya sword chi broke through the air. The genius from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion finally made his move. He was agile like a ghost. He suddenly appeared and became one with the sword. Clang. Liu Bo's reaction was fast. He swept his long spear and the sharp blade was split into 2. Then, another sharp blade appeared and pierced towards his heart. This is. Liu Bo's expression changed and he quickly dodged. With a puff, the sharp blade pierced through his shoulder. The killer genius did not continue fighting after his successful attack. His body flickered and brushed past the long spear. He dodged the attack and disappeared in a flash. Only a short dagger was still stuck in Liu Bo's shoulder. On the ground, there was half a sword tip. Ah! Liu Bo covered his wound as blood flowed out. He was not Zi Chen and did not have that kind of deterrence. The ancient weapon in his hand brought disaster. For you. Chapter 203. Liu Bo was very strong. With the ancient weapon in his hand, he swept through everything. Strong battle power did not mean that he could fight for a long time. After fighting for a long time, he had used up a lot of energy. Moreover, the The geniuses from the godly slaughter pavilion who had not made a move all this time actually made a move, heavily injuring him with one strike. At this moment, a dagger had pierced into his shoulder, causing blood to flow out. He was the only one left, surrounded by a pack of wolves. Liu Bo did not even have the time to pull out the dagger and treat his wound. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Liu Bo to cry out. The pain was driving him crazy. He looked around, wanting to activate the forbidden weapon to kill the geniuses of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion. However, the faces around him were all unfamiliar. He had no idea where the geniuses had run off to. Liu Bo, you're already at the end of your rope. If you don't treat your wound, you'll bleed to death. Don't tell me you still don't want to hand over the ancient weapon. Li Hua looked at Liu Bo and shouted. Wu Xiong also stepped forward and said, Liu Bo, you don't have much time left. Think carefully. Kang He also did not want to be outdone. Liu Bo, hand over the ancient weapon. My Kang family can save your life today. Otherwise, when you die, the ancient weapon will be gone, and so will the forbidden weapon. We're all from Yunxia City. I, Wang Shan, can protect you. Bring the ancient weapon and the forbidden weapon here. Their eyes were filled with greed. At the same time, their subordinates were also on high alert. As long as Liu Bo fell, it would be a chaotic battle. Moreover, some people were also paying attention to the assassins in the dark. You guys. Above his head, the small flag was still trembling. However, there were too many shameless people in front of him. Liu Bo did not know how to deal with them. Blood was flowing out of his wound. If he did not treat it, he would bleed and faint. And if he fainted here, he would die. Hand it over. Hand it over and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll even take the forbidden weapon. The few leaders were aggressive. Their eyes were filled with greed. This made Liu Bo even angrier. At this moment, it was obvious that he could not keep the ancient weapon. However, he was unwilling to hand it over just like that. Who should I give it to? Liu Bo was hesitating. Among these people, he only knew Wang Shan. The two of them could be considered to be familiar with each other. However, Liu Bo did not dare to flatter Wang Shan's character. If he gave him the ancient weapon, this guy might turn around and snatch his forbidden artifact. He might even use the ancient weapon to take his life. Liu Bo didn't want to die, but he didn't want to die without doing anything. The assassins in the dark could appear at any moment, and the people in front of him all revealed their ugly faces. It was unknown how many killing intents had locked onto him. Am I going to die here today? Liu Bo was very unwilling. Suddenly, his eyes swept over a familiar person. It was Chen Long. No, it was Zi Chen. Although the latter was also in the crowd, he was silent. Zi Chen, it's him. He's the person that the second young miss can't forget, the person that the Wang family hates the most. Liu Bo looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen also looked at Liu Bo. Although he wanted to snatch Liu Bo's ancient weapon, he couldn't immediately kill him. After all, he had already harmed Liu Bo once when he was in the outer circle. Zi Chen's expression was calm. He did not want to snatch Liu Bo, nor did he want to save him. He would wait for Liu Bo to die before he made his move. Therefore, Zi Chen waited quietly. Unexpectedly, Liu Bo saw him at this moment. Then, Zi Chen saw the latter's eyes lit up as if he saw hope. All right, I'll hand over the ancient weapon, but you have to promise to let me live. Liu Bo shouted and raised the ancient weapon in his hand. Of course, we will. The Kang family can promise. This is a small matter. Isn't it easy to save your life? The few forces were delighted and spoke one after another. However, the killing intent in the eyes of their subordinates was so obvious. It was as if they were certain that Liu Bo would die without a doubt. Chen PH, I wasn't counting on you guys. Liu Bo snorted and grabbed the ancient weapon in his hand. He activated the remaining strength in his body and threw it towards the crowd. For you. With a loud shout, the ancient weapon was thrown out. It was like a ray of silver light, flying forward. It's mine, it's mine. Everyone went crazy and rushed towards the ancient weapon. However, what awaited them was a spear piercing through their hearts. Puff! Puff! The long spear emitted a silver light. God knows how many bodies it had pierced through. It turned into a straight line and flew forward. During this period, the few forces tried to snatch the ancient weapon. However, they could not match the speed of the long spear. After piercing through more than 10 bodies, the long spear rushed towards Zichen. The latter was stunned. He did not expect Liu Bo to throw the long spear to him. He did not even think about it. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the long spear. Buzz! Between his palms, a golden light was vibrating. He grabbed the long spear tightly. At this moment, the tip of the spear was only a foot away from Zichen's face. The handle of the spear was vibrating non-stop. Zichen found it hard to believe that he had obtained an ancient weapon so easily and smoothly. This is mine. Damn it, put it down. How dare you steal my things? You're courting death. Next to him, there was a loud shout. Then, a wave of killing intent surged. Sharp attacks stabbed towards Zichen. Swoosh! The long spear flipped in the air and drew a semicircle. Zichen held the handle of the spear and swept it in all directions. Light flashed. Zichen used the long spear to draw a silver circle. Within the circle, all the weapons were broken. All the cultivators were split into two. It was clean and smooth. Hualala. A series of sounds were heard. The broken weapons fell to the ground. Within 3 meters of Zichen, there was not a single cultivator alive. This is the ancient weapon. Zichen's eyes were shining. Just now, he did not use any true qi at all. It was all thanks to the ancient weapon. Its sharpness was almost unimaginable. This time, with the ancient weapon in hand, Zichen was sure that the attack of the ancient weapon could penetrate his perfect form. It's Zichen. It's him. Damn it, he actually gave the long spear to Zichen. Seeing the owner of the ancient weapon, everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move forward. They had already seen Zichen's powerful combat strength. Even a forbidden weapon could not do anything to him. Now that they saw Zichen holding the ancient weapon, no one dared to move forward. Zichen, what do you mean by this? How dare you steal my ancient weapon? Wu Xiong stepped forward and questioned in a cold voice. Zichen turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes flashed coldly. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to me? Don't you know your place? Place? What place do I have? Wu Xiong was furious. You don't even have the awareness of a loser, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Go to hell. Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With the ancient weapon in hand, his combat strength was several times stronger. At this moment, he was confident that he could block the attack of a forbidden weapon. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards Wu Xiong. The long spear in his hand was emitting a terrifying aura. No. Wu Xiong's face changed. He did not expect Zichen to attack without warning. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he grabbed people from both sides and threw them at Zichen. Pu. Pu. After killing 4 people in a row, Zichen's figure slowed down. He stood there with the long spear in his hand and looked around. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost and subconsciously retreated. As for Wu Xiong, he hid behind the crowd in fear. Oh my God, is he still human? He's too fierce. Just because of a disagreement, he kills. Wu Xiong is like a coward in front of Zichen. Everyone's face changed and they hid far away. As for Wang Shan and the others, they kept quiet and did not even dare to question Zichen. Damn it, it's all your fault. How dare you throw out the ancient weapon? Then, use the forbidden weapon to atone for your sins. At this moment, one of Li Hua's subordinates rushed towards Liu Bo who was lying on the ground. Pu. Before his attack could land, a long spear had already pierced through his back, piercing through his heart. Ua. The cultivator lowered his head and looked at the long spear that pierced through his heart in disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock. He had already recognized that it was the ancient weapon. Bang! The cultivator fell to the ground and his life force dissipated. Zichen stood in front of Liu Bo, quickly treat the wound. Zichen stood in front of Liu Bo, showing his back to him. He was completely unprepared. Thank you. Although he had already expected that Zi Chen would help him, Liu Bo was extremely grateful to see Zi Chen appear here and trust him unconditionally. Zi Chen, what do you mean by this? Li Hua stared at Zi Chen with a gloomy face. I want to protect him. Zi Chen said calmly. Why? Because I can kill everyone who wants to kill him. Zi Chen was still calm. However, his words were filled with confidence. Do you really think that you're invincible here? Li Hua's face turned pale with killing intent surging in his eyes. I'm not sure if I'm invincible or not, but I'm confident that I can kill you on the spot. Zi Chen said coldly. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have an ancient weapon. Let me tell you, a forbidden weapon is even more terrifying than an ancient weapon. Li Hua warned. You can give it a try. Let's see if the 3 attacks from your forbidden weapon can kill me. However, I must warn you, once you use your forbidden weapon, you, Li Hua, will definitely die here today. Zi Chen was extremely confident. Then let's try. Li Hua was furious. He flipped his hand and a forbidden weapon appeared. It was a bell that was less than the size of a palm and emitted a bronze light. When it appeared, a terrifying aura surged. HMPH, a forbidden weapon competition? Come on then. Zi Chen sneered. He was not afraid at all. The blood-red spear appeared in the next moment. The aura it emitted was not any weaker than the bronze bell. What? You have a forbidden weapon too? Li Hua's expression changed. Forbidden weapon? Zi Chen has a forbidden weapon too? How is that possible? Forbidden weapons can only be made by sect masters. How can Zi Chen have one? The Nimbus martial ancestor that he's from doesn't have such a strong person. Everyone's expression changed. They found it unbelievable. However, the terrifying aura from the blood-red spear was not fake at all. Why? Do you still want to try? Zi Chen looked at Li Hua. HMPH, you win. Li Hua's expression kept changing. After a while, he snorted and put away the forbidden weapon. He might not be able to win against Li Hua, but Li Hua knew that Zi Chen had the strength to kill him. Kid, I'll let you live for a few more days. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after we get out of here. Li Hua suppressed his anger. Li Hua had suffered a loss, Wu Xiong was scared out of his wits, and after Wang Shan saw Zi Chen, he did not mention anything about the ancient weapon. Only Kang He was left, and since it was difficult for him to do anything alone, he might as well not invite humiliation. As for the hidden genius, he probably did not have the strength to do anything. After a while, Liu Bo stood up and put away the forbidden weapon above his head. He looked at Zi Chen and said gratefully, Zi Chen, thank you. Although he had lost the ancient weapon, he had kept the forbidden weapon and his life. Liu Bo was satisfied. You're welcome. Now let's see what's in the 7th floor. After saying this, Zi Chen held the ancient weapon in his hand and stabbed it toward the forbidding aura of the 7th layer. Boom. Heaven and earth shook as a rumbling sound was heard. The 7th floor was broken by Zi Chen with his full strength. A vast aura surged toward them. P.S. There was thunder for the entire afternoon yesterday and there was a blackout. Those that were not included in the draft have already been sent out. I have to give it my all today. Otherwise, there will be nothing left tomorrow. Chapter 204. The ancient weapon was shining with silver light and exuding an ancient aura. Zi Chen held the ancient weapon in his hand and his entire body was emitting golden light. He looked like a god of war in golden armor as he stabbed towards the 7th floor. Swoosh. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air as the ancient weapon stabbed into the seal. A destructive aura rippled. Boom. The restriction trembled and twisted. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. The entire 7th layer of restriction was broken by Zi Chen in one strike. The crowd did not have time to be shocked as they all rushed towards the 7th floor at lightning speed. Charge. 7th floor, here I come. Charge. If an ancient weapon had already appeared on the 6th floor, no one knew what would be on the 7th floor. However, they could imagine that it would not be weaker than an ancient weapon. Kang He, Li Hua, Wang Shan, and Wu Xiong's hands flashed with light. The forbidden weapons had already appeared. The item on the 7th floor was likely to be an inheritance. It was time for the forbidden weapons to be used. All of the surviving cultivators charged in like a swarm of locusts. They roared and howled with excitement. Boom! But shortly after, a powerful aura surged out from the 7th level. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if the entire world was big, and only it was supreme. The terrifying aura was as vast as the sea, unfathomable. The cultivators who had rushed in like a tide were now like a huge wave, surging out from the 7th floor. Many people were thrown into the air, their bodies unstable, and they fell from the sky. Screams and screams could be heard continuously. Poof! Poof! Some of them were unlucky. When they fell, their bodies fell onto the sharp weapons and were instantly pierced through. Their vitality dissipated. They were pushed and pushed against each other. During this period, there were cultivators who panicked and kept attacking. Many of them died. Blood rained down from the sky as many cultivators died. Bang! 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 The sound of people falling to the ground was heard. Shrill screams resounded in the surroundings. Chen was naturally not among them. When he broke through the 7th floor's seal, he pulled Liu Bo and flew towards the back quickly. He flew over the heads of the crowd and arrived in front of the old man and the burly man. However, as soon as the two of them landed, countless cultivators behind them were blasted out by the energy. How terrifying! Just what is that thing? Liu Bo's face was filled with lingering fear. If Chen hadn't pulled him away, even if he hadn't been trampled to death, he would have been blasted out by the energy blast. The other major forces were also extremely shocked as they looked towards the 7th floor. What happened? What is that thing? What a terrifying aura. I didn't see anything before I was thrown out by a huge force. Everyone looked at the 7th floor in unison. However, when they saw the items on the 7th floor, even their expressions were the same. What? How could this be? This is the 7th floor. Why is there only one statue? Everyone was dumbfounded. Before this, they had predicted many versions. There might be secret manuals, battle skills, a divine weapon, or even a demonic beast at the level of a small demon beast. They thought a lot and guessed a lot, but they never thought that there would only be a statue here. It was an ordinary-looking statue with nothing special about it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Statue, it's actually a statue. However, compared to the others, Chen was extremely shocked when he saw the statue. The old man and the burly man were also shocked. Because this statue was very similar to the statues found outside. It was almost the same person, but the aura was very different. What's going on? Why is there only one statue on the 7th floor? Someone was speechless. The leaders of these major forces didn't know what to say. Previously, they had forbidden weapons and almost used them, but they didn't have any treasures. On the last floor, there was only a statue, a broken statue. What the F***ck is going on? There is an ancient weapon on the 6th floor. Why is there a broken statue on the 7th floor? Yeah, such a broken statue. No one would even look at it on the 1st floor. Someone complained in his heart. Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light gushed out from the statue's hand and hit the two people who spoke rudely. Pop with a soft sound, the two people were hit by the ray of light. Their bodies seemed to be illusory and disappeared into thin air. With one hit, they turned into ashes. What? The statue can attack automatically. Everyone's expression changed drastically. There was no terrifying aura in the light, but it turned two great perfection cultivators into ashes. What's going on? A broken statue can attack. A cultivator who didn't believe it tilted his head and stared at the statue. Swoosh. At this moment, another ray of light appeared on the statue and landed on the latter. The latter's body seemed to be illusory and disappeared with one hit. This statue is obviously an unparalleled expert. Everyone should be more respectful, the old man said, kindly reminding them. 3 people died in a row, and not even a speck of dust was left. This was very strange, and the old man's reminder was very reasonable. A cultivator stared at the statue for a long time and couldn't see anything special, so he said loudly, "Bullsh**t, this statue is just an extremely ordinary statue. There is no energy flowing around it at all. I don't believe that this thing can attack. Someone must be messing with it. Swoosh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another ray of light flew out from the statue. The latter disappeared silently like the previous 3 people. This is too terrifying. Zichen felt a lingering fear. One had to know that he didn't have a good impression of the statue that day, but it only punished him and didn't kill him. But today, the statue was so terrifying. I'll kill you. Let's see what you're up to. A cultivator shouted and soared into the sky, striking out a saber light. Peng! The statue lit up again, and a bright light appeared and landed on the saber light. The saber light dissipated, and at the same time, the light landed on the other party's body. The latter turned into ashes and disappeared into thin air. Strange, strange, there is indeed something strange. The major forces frowned. Could this be the inheritance? Someone said. This is the 7th and last level. There must be a deeper meaning for a statue to appear. It's very likely that it's the inheritance. Maybe this wants us to look at the statue and comprehend the inheritance. A cultivator said, and then everyone agreed, feeling that it made sense. How can this be? The major forces were very indignant. They had brought many people and forbidden weapons with them just to snatch them. But now, a statue appeared and everyone could comprehend it. Just as they were speechless, everyone's gaze landed on the statue. Previously, they had a look of doubt, disdain, and confusion. But slowly, they seemed to have comprehended something, and their expressions became serious as if they had entered a meditative state. There's indeed a way. The major forces were not to be outdone. They all stared at the statue and finally entered a meditative state. Another statue. I wonder what I can comprehend. Zichen was also filled with anticipation. He stared at the statue and entered a meditative state. Thoughts flew, and Zichen seemed to see the statue come to life and transform into a stalwart man. It's him. Zichen recognized him. He was the one who created Extreme Yang. The surrounding scene seemed to have changed, and the thousands of people disappeared. At this moment, there was only Zichen and the stalwart man. You're here. The man had a stalwart figure. Even though he was sitting there, he gave off a feeling of supremacy. Zichen's heart trembled. The man's words were like heaven's might. It was almost the same voice as when he comprehended Extreme Yang. You're finally here. The majestic voice sounded again. Senior, are you talking to me? Zichen mustered his courage and said. Other than you and me, is there anyone else here? The man turned around. It was a face that couldn't be seen clearly. It was like a fog, but also like a statue. It's really, really me. Zichen's voice trembled. He was very shocked. This statue that had existed for tens of thousands of years could actually speak, and it could even converse like a normal person. A person can live for tens of thousands of years. Zichen was shocked. Senior, are you human? Zichen asked softly. But as soon as he said it, he felt that it was too abrupt. He wanted to slap himself. Wasn't that cursing? Human. Unexpectedly, the man was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't think so. No. Zichen was dumbfounded. The man in front of him was not human. That was too scary. Could he be a monster? Zichen had thoughts of retreating. Although I'm not human, I have normal thoughts and can talk to you. The man spoke. His body was stalwart and filled with majesty. Standing in front of him, even if he was just standing, Zichen felt immense pressure. It's been countless years. It's been so long that I can't even remember. Finally, someone has gained the recognition of Extreme Yang. The man said slowly. Recognition of Extreme Yang? You mean Extreme Yang? Zichen stared at him. That's right. It's your fortune to be able to gain the recognition of Extreme Yang. I'm Extreme Yin. You gaining Extreme Yang is equivalent to gaining Extreme Yin. The man said. Extreme Yang, Extreme Yin. Zichen was puzzled. Isn't Extreme Yang a battle technique? Shouldn't this be a legacy? Could it be a battle technique too? Battle technique? Legacy? The man was stunned by the question. But when he saw that Zichen was even more puzzled than him, he said slowly, extreme yang and I are a strand of consciousness left behind by the master. The reason why we're placed in this legacy ground is to allow talented people to comprehend yin and yang to achieve limitless. Zichen was confused and couldn't understand what he was saying. But after so many years, I haven't met anyone who has gained the recognition of extreme yang. Recently, no one has come. I'm disappointed. To think that I would meet you today. Extreme yin said. Recently, are you talking about 10,000 years? It had been 10,000 years since Limitless Sect was destroyed. But Extreme Yin said that no one had come recently 10,000 years. Let me count. Recently, it's been 10,000 years. Extreme Yin said. Zichen was speechless. Chapter 205. In an unfamiliar space, Zichen and Extreme Yang were chatting. Only by comprehending Extreme Yang can you comprehend the complete Extreme Yin. Although many geniuses came here a while ago, they could only comprehend Extreme Yin. They couldn't comprehend it perfectly. Zichen directly ignored his calculation of time. The most recent time was 10,000 years. Then how long was the previous time? Perhaps tens of thousands of years ago. It was impossible to estimate how long Extreme Yin had lived. It was at least tens of thousands of years. How do you comprehend the perfect Extreme Yin? Zichen asked. He was more interested in this. You don't need to comprehend it. You just need to comprehend Extreme Yang. Then, let me appear and personally give you the perfect Extreme Yin. I'm a will left behind by my master. I comprehend both Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. This is a battle skill that my master comprehended when he was alive. It's said that one can comprehend limitless. Unfortunately, my master didn't have much time left and didn't comprehend the true limitless. So, he wanted to let his descendants comprehend limitless, Extreme Yang explained. You always say limitless. What is limitless? Zichen asked. Limitless. It's the origin of the everlasting sect. However, I don't know what limitless is. Even my master doesn't know. Extreme Yin shook his head. After chatting for a while, Zichen finally understood that this was a trial ground. It was also the most important trial ground of the everlasting sect. Those who could appear here were true geniuses. Of course, the geniuses that Extreme Yin spoke of were true monsters with terrifying battle strength. Xiantian to true essence was the first step for cultivators. It was extremely important. True Qi to true essence was the most important step in the everlasting sect 10,000 years ago. All the geniuses had to break through on their own. It wasn't like the current cultivators who could do it with a single true essence pill. The two chatted for a long time. Extreme Yin didn't know much about cultivation because he only had one move, and that was Extreme Yin. Your talent isn't very high, but you can obtain Extreme Yang's approval. That's strange. After chatting for a long time, Extreme Yin began to investigate Zichen's constitution. He couldn't help but frown. My talent isn't high. Zichen was speechless. He was now known as a freak with unparalleled battle prowess, but according to Extreme Yin, his talent was not high. That's right. In the past, I've seen people with talents like yours. If there aren't millions, there are at least hundreds of thousands. Your talent isn't high at all. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have been recognized by Extreme Yang, Extreme Yin said honestly. However, this truth made Zichen feel extremely awkward. Could it be that Extreme Yang was too lonely and randomly found someone? Extreme Yin frowned. That's impossible. Zichen was shocked and hurriedly said, at that time, there were 4 of us. I was the only one who comprehended it. He was truly afraid that extreme darkness would not give him the inheritance. Your aptitude is very mediocre. Logically speaking, it is impossible for you to obtain Extreme Yang. There must be something strange going on. Weird. What's weird? Zichen asked. Show me your strongest power. All right. Zichen nodded. For the sake of Extreme Yin, for the sake of that nuisance Limitless, he would accept it. Buzz. Golden light trembled as blood surged into the sky. Golden light rushed out of his body and filled the entire space. Senior, come and take a look. Zichen did not hold back and displayed his perfect body. He felt that his body was filled with power. This is. Extreme Yin, who had a puzzled look, suddenly widened her eyes when she saw Chen overflowing with golden light. This was the first time she lost her composure. Her expression was as though she had seen a ghost. Senior, what's wrong? Chen looked at Extreme Yin. This is a perfect body. Heavens, I'm actually seeing a perfect body again. Extreme Yin was extremely shocked. Her terrifying aura dissipated as a result. Perfect body. Senior, you also know about the perfect body. Chen's eyes lit up. He had obtained a support mystic manual and cultivated a perfect body. You actually have a perfect body. Didn't you say that the everlasting sect was destroyed? How did you learn a perfect body? Such a physique is rare even in the everlasting sect, Extreme Yin asked with a shocked expression. I cultivated a support mystic manual and then cultivated a perfect body, Chen said. Support mystic manual? What mystic manual? Extreme Yin pressed. It's a golden object. It's like a piece of paper and a stream of water. There's a mystic manual recorded in it, Chen explained. A golden object, paper, stream of water. Heavens! Extreme Yin widened her eyes and exclaimed, you actually obtained a page of the heavenly book. It's no wonder Extreme Yang chose you. You have cultivated a perfect body. Although your aptitude isn't high, it's extremely suitable for cultivating Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. Heavenly book. Chen was taken aback. What's a heavenly book? A heavenly book is a heavenly book, Extreme Yin explained. Chen was speechless. A heavenly book is the most mysterious thing. No one knows how it's formed. In short, it represents a kind of pinnacle. What you obtained should be a body-tempering chapter that specializes in tempering the body. Chen kept nodding. Extreme Yin was right. What was recorded in that golden light was a body-tempering art. Chen felt that he had profited greatly. Moreover, he was sure that this monk didn't know about a page of the heavenly book. The two conversed once more. However, it was clear that Extreme Yin didn't know much. His mission was to teach Extreme Yin. Chen, I have high hopes for you. Who knows, you might become a future master with unparalleled combat strength. You'll make the entire world tremble beneath your feet. Extreme Yin's imposing aura erupted once more, pressuring Chen to the point where he couldn't breathe. I will. I'll definitely make the entire world tremble beneath my feet. Chen was also stirred up. That's right, Chen. Accept the first step towards becoming the strongest. Perfect Extreme Yin, perfect Extreme Yang. From now on, you'll comprehend the peerless and become the strongest expert in the world. Extreme Yin's heroic aura soared to the heavens. Come. Chen was confident. Extreme Yin pointed with her finger. Resplendent golden light shone as she pointed at Chen's forehead. This was an extremely complex set of seals, but just like Extreme Yang, they were all simplified. The Great Tao was simple, and this was Extreme Yin, which was as powerful as Extreme Yang. Young man, you can leave now. In the empty space, Chen's figure was slowly fading away. Extreme Yin, Extreme Yang. How difficult is it to comprehend the peerless? Master had already fallen on this path. I thought that no one would be able to comprehend it anymore. Who would have thought that Chen would appear? Work hard, young man. I hope you can go even further. The heroic Extreme Yin instantly became dejected after Chen's disappearance. Shortly after, his figure disappeared. Wang. With a tremor, Chen felt his soul returning to its original position. His eyes were blank. Everything that happened just now was like a dream. Swoosh. Just as he opened his eyes, Chen felt a sense of danger. A merciless killing intent rushed towards him. Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's Shawkill sword. Chen's eyes were blank, but his mind was working quickly. In the next moment, he formed a seal. It wasn't Extreme Yang, but Extreme Yin that he had just comprehended. At this moment, his mind was filled with the image of Extreme Yin's majestic figure and that profound technique. As the seal was formed, Chen's eyes regained clarity. A blinding golden light appeared in front of him. This was just a golden light without any aura. There wasn't even any energy fluctuation. It just charged forward. In front of him was an ordinary-looking young man wielding a sharp weapon. He was one with the sword, and he was charging toward him with boundless killing intent. This was an assassin from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. He was a genius, the one who killed Liu Bo previously. Chen, be careful. Liu Bo also woke up. Seeing the sword light, he let out a cry to warn Chen. At the same time, more people woke up and saw this Shawkill sword. This sword was filled with killing intent. It was as fast as lightning. Everyone woke up, and only this Shawkill sword was in their eyes. The elegance of this sword was imprinted in their minds. It's over. The genius of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion has made his move. And it's a sneak attack. Chen is dead for sure. A monster is going to fall today. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Miao Kong and Su Mengyao faces were filled with pain and regret. This damned Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was everywhere. As for the old man and the burly man, their eyes shone with a strange light. They had seen this scene before. Back then, Chu Fei was almost killed. Today, they saw this scene again. Under the elegance of this sword, everyone saw a golden light. It appeared in front of Chen. It was so sudden and so dazzling, but there was no aura. It was like a golden light accidentally shone down. The golden light flew forward and landed on the long sword. There was no terrifying explosion, no surging energy. There was only a silent melting. The golden light melted the long sword, and the latter dissipated bit by bit. Time seemed to have slowed down by thousands of times. The elegance of the sword was completely devoured by the golden light. At the same time, the golden light rushed towards the killer. At this moment, the killer's frightened expression seemed to have slowed down by many times. It was changing bit by bit until the golden light devoured him. There was no explosion, no energy fluctuation. Everything was dissipating silently. Swoosh. Like a gust of wind, the figure of the genius assassin in front of Chen disappeared without a trace. Not even his bones were left. He had really turned into flying ashes, vanishing into thin air. If there were still people who were in a daze before, then under the golden light, everyone was awake. This was completely out of fear. A genius killer's sneak attack was broken just like that. Moreover, the latter had turned into ashes silently. How could this be? How did he become so terrifying? What did he comprehend? What a terrifying move. It's dozens of times stronger than a forbidden weapon. Everyone was screaming in their hearts. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a demon. Everything in front of them was too unbelievable. It was too challenging for them to bear. A late-stage Xiantian realm monster had actually unleashed an attack that was dozens of times stronger than a forbidden weapon. Wasn't this more terrifying than a spirit origin realm expert? Such a person would have the battle strength of a sect leader. This was too terrifying. This was too unbelievable. Everyone was awake, but they still felt like they were in an illusion. Suddenly, a voice that was filled with anger, shrieking, and lamenting rang out. It was so sharp that it pierced the eardrums of those who heard it. Chapter 206. Just when everyone was still in shock and thought that everything was just an illusion, a shrill and painful scream woke everyone up. My forbidden weapon, my spatial spiritual weapon, my wealth. It was Chen. The latter was holding his head and squatting on the ground. His face was filled with frustration as if he had lost something. He had indeed lost something. The killer's spatial spiritual weapon had disappeared along with the killer's figure. It had been turned into ashes by his own attack. Since the spatial spiritual weapon was gone, the forbidden weapon in it was naturally gone too. The wealth that the killer had obtained was naturally gone too. Chen's heart ached and he was very vexed. However, the surrounding cultivators were tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. Are you doing this on purpose? Your combat strength is comparable to the sect leader. Why the hell would you want a forbidden weapon? With your combat strength, you can already refine a forbidden weapon. You must be doing this on purpose. This guy is provoking us on purpose. Everyone was speechless and cursed in their hearts. Only Chen himself knew how strong his combat strength was. That attack had the shadow of extreme yin. Rather than saying that it was his own attack, it was more accurate to say that it was extreme yin's attack. If it was him, he would never be able to make such a powerful attack in his entire life. He regretted that he had offended so many factions this time. When he went out, he would definitely be hunted down. If he had a complete forbidden weapon, his chances of survival would be much higher. However, the forbidden weapon was gone just like that. He was frustrated and held his head. In the distance, everyone had retreated a few meters away from Zichen. However, they were still cursing in their hearts. If Zichen had only temporarily intimidated a few factions before, then Zichen had thoroughly intimidated everyone now. No one dared to make a move. Even the geniuses with forbidden weapons were terrified. Zichen's attack just now had even destroyed a spatial spirit artifact. They were well aware of how terrifying it was. One by one, they retreated, increasing the distance between them and Zichen. Hey! Why did the statue disappear? Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the statue on the 7th floor. The huge statue slowly dissipated as if it had turned into ashes. It disappeared. Who obtained the inheritance? This is an inheritance. Could it be that someone obtained it and then disappeared? How can this be? I haven't comprehended anything yet. Everyone cried out in alarm. Each and every one of them was extremely dejected. They could only watch as the statue disappeared. Look, there's a golden light, someone exclaimed. Golden light, there's golden light. The inheritance must have appeared. The statue disappeared, but a streak of golden light appeared. It was the size of a grain of rice, and it blossomed with brilliance. Snatch it. With a whirler sound, everyone rushed towards the golden light. Each of them displayed their ultimate skills, and another battle ensued. Pu. A cultivator killed the robber beside him and reached out to grab the golden light. However, in the next moment, a saber light appeared and the cultivator was split into two. As the battle broke out, several cultivators fell in an instant. It must be an inheritance. It must be the legacy. Kang He and the others were moved as well. A strange light flickered in their eyes. Why did they come here? Naturally, it was for the inheritance. However, at this moment, the forbidden weapon was right before their eyes. Kill. The major powers had made their move. Boom. The black cavalry brought by Wang Shan burst out with a terrifying aura at this moment. A joint attack formation appeared, forming a giant beast that roared. Charred. With a roar, the black cavalry stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and rumble. A group of knights unsheathed their sabers and rushed towards the cultivators. Kill. The martial ancestors' people did not dare to show weakness. Powerful battle techniques were used, and powerful attacks were launched. Kai. Boundless flames burned. The experts on the Li family's side also moved. Like flames, they rushed towards the golden light. Dong. With a loud rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The people of the Kang family also moved quickly and joined the battle. Swoosh. 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 Waves of killing intent emerged. These assassins who were supposed to be hiding in the dark also appeared at this moment. Although they had lost their leader, their goal was still firm, to snatch the inheritance. Assassins who walked out from the dark were also terrifying. With a single attack, a cultivator was killed. The 5 major powers moved together, like a giant grindstone, continuously grinding and killing. They were all well trained and decisive in killing. Unfortunately, these independent cultivators, who had a lot of people, were unable to form an organization. In an instant, a large number of them died. Retreat, retreat, retreat. These people are crazy. Let's go. Many independent cultivators were frightened. They no longer dared to fight for the inheritance. Large numbers of independent cultivators were killed as if they were mowing grass. The 5 major powers were indeed crazy, and they were crazy to the extreme. It was fine if they did not attack, but when they attacked, they used killing moves. Rumble. Like 5 meat grinders, they were crazily colliding. After several collisions, all the independent cultivators were killed, leaving only the 5 major powers who were besieging each other. Get lost, this thing is mine. Who dares to fight with me? Wang Shan was protected in the middle by many knights. With a loud shout, a mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror flew into the air, emitting rays of light. In the next moment, a thick white beam of light appeared on the surface of the mirror. It carried a terrifying aura as it rushed towards the cultivators approaching the golden light. Boom! The white light fell, and the world shook. A large number of cultivators near the golden light died in an instant. Around the golden light, there was an open area. Charge! Wang Shan shouted, and many knights rushed towards the golden light. Wang Shan, get lost. In front of Li Hua, a bronze bell flew into the air, suddenly expanding in the air, emitting a bright light. Clang! The bell rang, and the world trembled. A terrifying aura escaped. 7 or 8 knights in front of Yunxia City fell to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Get lost. Wu Xiong was not to be outdone. He jumped into the air, and the big sword in his hand suddenly fell. In an instant, a stream of sword chi fell from the sky. Boom! The sword chi fell with peerless power. All the cultivators in its path were cut down. A path to the golden light appeared in front of him. Wu Xiong strode forward. Ha! Kang he shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it downward. The sound of wind and thunder appeared in the next moment, rushing forward. This was also a forbidden weapon, and it was very powerful. It killed a large number of cultivators in an instant. The 4 forces all had forbidden weapons, and their attacks were very sharp. Only the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, whose geniuses were killed by Zi Chen, had appeared in the dark without any forbidden weapons. They were very passive, and a large number of experts died. This is too scary. Is this the power of forbidden weapons? So many forbidden weapons appeared at once. Are these forces crazy? In the distance, the rogue cultivators who were lucky enough to escape were shocked. Where are you going? Zi Chen pulled Liu Bo back. I'm going to snatch the inheritance. Liu Bo took out the small flag and said confidently, by the way, Zi Chen, you go too. Don't you also have a forbidden weapon? Why are you giving it to them? There's no need for that. They won't be able to get it. Zi Chen smiled and stopped Liu Bo. Why? You'll know later. Zi Chen smiled but did not say anything. Oh, I know. You want to snatch it when they're almost done, right? It's indeed a good plan. Liu Bo was enlightened. Zi Chen was speechless. With the golden light as the center, the area within a radius of 10 meters was almost like a slaughterhouse. All the cultivators who dared to enter would die an unnatural death. When the 4 forbidden weapons appeared, the first place they attacked was near the golden light. The forbidden weapons were extremely powerful, and one of them even hit the golden light, but the latter was intact. This made them believe that it was the inheritance. Obtaining the golden light was equivalent to obtaining the inheritance. Everyone believed that. Li Hua, get lost. Li Hua rushed towards the golden light, but at this moment, Wang Shan roared. The mirror in the air condensed a terrifying aura again, and a destructive light appeared. The forbidden weapons attacked for the second time. The inheritance was right in front of them. No one was stingy or holding back anymore. They all attacked with their strongest attacks. When the light appeared, Li Hua's face changed drastically and he immediately retreated. With a loud bang, a huge pit that was several meters wide appeared where he was standing before. Green smoke rose from the pit. Wang Shan, you're so ruthless. Li Hua's body was drenched in cold sweat. If he retreated a little later, he would have been killed by the light. Wu Xiong, stay here. Kang he shouted and waved the folding fan in his hand again. The sound of wind and thunder was heard, and Wu Xiong, who was on the path, was forced back. 7 or 8 of his subordinates were killed. It could be said that the various forces were truly enraged. Each blow was stronger than the last, and each blow was more ruthless than the last. Go to hell. Wu Xiong's body rose and attacked again. The sword light fell and slashed at Wang Shan. Wang Shan was horrified and quickly retreated. Boom. Another path appeared, and many cultivators died. At this moment, human lives were no longer human lives, and the forbidden weapons were no longer forbidden weapons. Peng! In Wu Xiong's hand, more cracks appeared on the sword. In the end, it exploded and the forbidden weapon disappeared. Get lost! A loud sound was heard. Wu Xiong dodged in horror and quickly retreated. He lost the qualification to fight for the inheritance. Zichen, it's all your fault. Wu Xiong was furious. He was the first to lose the qualification because he used the forbidden weapon. At the same time, Li Hue, Wang Shan, Kang He, and the forbidden weapons only had one chance left. The three of them tacitly put away their weapons and rushed forward. In mid-air, the three of them kept fighting and attacking, creating a series of explosions. The golden light is moving. It's floating towards the three of them. Is the inheritance going to choose its owner? Someone exclaimed and found that the golden light was floating around him. It's mine. Get lost. It's mine. It's mine, Wang Shan. Whoever wants to snatch it from me is courting death. The three of them gave up on each other and rushed towards the golden light. At the same time, there were many cultivators blocking their way. It was only a dozen meters, but it became a bloody place. Every meter, there was a cultivator falling down. Swoosh! Wang Shan was the first to touch the golden light, but before he could laugh, his body staggered and his finger passed through the golden light. Ha ha, you don't have the qualification. It's mine. Li Hue laughed and was the second to rush forward, but the golden light passed through his finger and he almost fell. Is this mine? Kang He was excited. He stretched out his palm and carefully held the golden light, but the latter also passed through his palm and flew forward. How can this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. During this time, many people touched the golden light, but there was still no reaction. Wu Xiong also gave it a try and was also dumbfounded. How can this be? Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at the golden light. No one fought for it anymore. Then, the golden light floated and finally stopped in front of a person. Zichen, it's him again. Under everyone's unwilling gaze, the golden light disappeared from Zichen's glabella. It's really him. Everyone gritted their teeth. Boom!